Chapter 2679. First update. The land within a radius of a few dozen meters seemed to have evaporated, and the remaining aura was extremely shocking. Chen Zong glanced at it, and his eyelids trembled unconsciously. This was the universe's secret realm, and the land was extremely hard. Even if his star-collapse sword slashed down, it would be difficult to cause such damage. What shocking power! The might of the innate divine body's divine power was simply too astonishing. There was no need for any special technique. Just by releasing it, it was able to erupt with such astonishing power and cause such astonishing destruction. Chen Zong could also see that Mo Ma's martial arts attainment was actually not very high. At least, it was incomparable to his own. The reason why he could have such power was mainly because of the astonishing divine power that the innate divine body possessed. Its power was unparalleled. Just this power alone was enough for Mo Ma to crush many experts on the divine general list. There was no need for any unfathomable technique. Speaking of which, Mo Ma was still very young and had not cultivated for a long time. Therefore, the development and application of his purple sun godly body was still at a relatively shallow stage. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong knew that he had to use the moves of Heart Sword Path to have a chance of contending and defeating his opponent. It was impossible to rely on the World Sword Path. After all, the current Heart Dao had surpassed the World Dao. As he exhaled, Chen Zong's figure also became ethereal. He was clearly standing there, but there was an unreal feeling, as if he had merged into the void. It seemed to be here, but also seemed to be there. In Chen Zong's eyes, there was also a hazy aura that permeated the air, as though he was staring at the void from afar. This caused Mo Ma to frown. He felt as though his heart was being seen through. Mo Ma did not like this feeling. His expression darkened, and he once again activated the power of his purple sun godly body. The purple sun became even more blazing, and his entire body rose up. He was 100 meters high in the sky, burning like a purple sun. His divine power was vast and mighty, sweeping everything in the world. Compared to before, it was even more tyrannical. For a moment, Chen Zong was also affected, and the pressure increased sharply. However, under this sharp increase in pressure, Chen Zong not only did not feel unable to resist, but on the contrary, his will and belief were further stimulated, further strengthening himself. This was the secret of the idealistic sword. Idealism, and self-reliance. No matter how strong you are, I will break you with a single sword. In an instant, the haziness in Chen Zong's eyes disappeared, and his fleeting figure became visible. It was as if the past and the present had overlapped, causing Chen Zong's figure and aura to become extremely strong. This intensity was not a difference in strength, but a sense of existence, an incomparably strong sense of existence. It was as if it was imprinted in this space-time, turning into eternity. 12 Dao Heart Dao markings appeared, and then they intersected and condensed like coiling dragons, transforming into an extremely profound mark. Heart Dao Seal. The power contained within the Heart Dao Seal had completely surpassed the 12 Dao Heart Dao patterns. It wasn't a matter of being several times stronger, but the two of them weren't even on the same level. That kind of power was transcendental in nature. In an instant, as Chen Zong opened his eyes, the Heart Dao Seal condensed and emerged, and the sword in Chen Zong's hand was also swung out in an instant. It looked like a simple sword strike, but it seemed to have exhausted all of Chen Zong's strength to be able to swing it. The faint bronze sword light pierced through the air, vaguely carrying a trace of silver light, as if tearing apart the void, and also as if blending into the void. The sound was extremely subtle, and it directly attacked. Fast. Extremely fast. Indescribably fast. Even with Mo Ma's ability, he was still shocked. Attack. In a hurry, Mo Ma directly punched out. His fist was like a small purple sun, but even if it was a hasty attack, it still condensed a terrifying and astonishing power. From this point, it could be seen that compared to Black Light Marquis, Mo Ma was indeed much stronger. At least in the face of Chen Zong's idealistic sword, Black Light Marquis had no time to react, but Mo Ma could still attack, although it was a little hasty. Break. Under the idealistic sword, Mo Ma's fist was immediately broken, and the sword light arrived with irresistible force, directly hitting Mo Ma. But the purple sun rays shone brightly. Because it immediately blocked the attack of the idealistic sword, but it was broken again in just a breath's time. However, after breaking Mo Ma's purple sun rays, the power of the idealistic sword was basically exhausted. After all, the purple sun divine power under the full activation of the purple sun divine physique was very astonishing. Not only did it have a terrifying offensive power, but it also had an extremely strong defensive ability. Moreover, although Mo Ma's purple sun divine physique was not a body-refining cultivator, it also had astonishing power and strength that was not inferior to a body-refining cultivator. This was the innate advantage of the innate divine physique. Although this sword did not injure Mo Ma, it still shocked Mo Ma, because that sword actually brought about a very strong threat to him. If it was more than twice as strong, it might be able to break through his purple sun divine power defense and injure him. Purple sun illuminating the world. With a low shout, Mo Ma's face was filled with purple light, and his pupils seemed to have turned into two purple suns, exuding an extremely astonishing aura. Skyrocketing. Mo Ma's aura skyrocketed in an instant. This was the secret technique of the purple sun divine physique, which Mo Ma had just barely mastered. Now, it was also quite difficult to use, but after using it, Mo Ma's aura also skyrocketed, becoming more and more powerful and astonishing. More than double. Mo Ma's aura directly increased more than double, and the purple divine light on his body became more and more intense. Vast and mighty divine power swept out in all directions, immediately making Chen Zong feel an astonishing pressure. Under such divine pressure, not only did Chen Zong not retreat, his heart became more and more determined, and the stronger he was, the stronger the sword power, surpassing before by a few degrees. However, this was not enough. The third level of the sword sharpening technique. In an instant, Chen Zong swung his sword again. Idealism. The power of this sword was 3 times stronger than before. It was even more terrifying and arrived in an instant. At the same time, Mo Ma also sent out a punch. That punch was like a huge purple sun, descending from 100 meters in the air with endless divine might. The purple sun rolled and rotated at high speed, as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Its divine might was endless. The sword light and the purple divine sun came into contact again, and in an instant both sides paused. Then, the sword light pierced through the purple divine sun and went straight for Mo Ma again. However, the purple divine sun did not collapse. After being pierced, it still fell towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression changed, and he swung his sword again. This time, it was not a stab, but a slash. Idealism. The idealism sword could stab or slash, depending on the user's application. Under the third level of the sword sharpening technique, the idealism sword once again erupted with shocking power, immediately splitting the purple sun into 2 halves and falling to the side. Boom, 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 boom. The ground on both sides of Chen Zong was directly bombarded, cracking and shattering. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out, sweeping towards Chen Zong. That kind of blazing heat seemed to burn everything into nothingness, causing Chen Zong's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly burst out with extreme speed, as if the world was close at hand. Even so, Chen Zong was still affected. He felt as if his body had been thrown into a purple flame furnace to be smelted. He had a feeling of being melted, and he had no choice but to use his own strength to resist. Chen Zong did not feel good, and neither did Mo Ma. Under the third level of the sword sharpening technique, The power of the Idealism sword was incomparably strong. The sword power was shocking, and it directly pierced through the purple divine sun's light, and then hit Mo Ma's purple sun divine body. Even though Mo Ma crossed his arms in time to protect himself, he was still hit. His tyrannical purple sun divine body was broken, and his whole body soared into the sky, a bloody hole pierced through his arms. Just almost pierced through between his eyebrows. Once pierced through between the eyebrows, he would not die, but he would be eliminated. If an innate divine body was eliminated from the universe's secret territory in the second stage, the loss would undoubtedly be great. Taking a deep look at Chernzong, Mo Ma did not attack again. Instead, he endured it, turned into a purple divine light, and flew away. Seeing Mo Ma leave, Chernzong did not chase after him. The Idealism sword under the third level of the sword sharpening technique was already his most tyrannical sword, but such a sword was still unable to kill Mo Ma. The power of an innate divine body was indeed extremely shocking. Compared to Black Light Marquis, the difference was like heaven and earth. Indeed, it was very shocking. He had no confidence. Even if his own strength had increased a lot, Chernzong had no confidence in defeating Mo Ma. Moreover, Chernzong was also very clear that Mo Ma's martial arts attainments were actually not as good as his own. The reason why he was so strong was because of the tyrannical divine power of his innate divine body. If Mo Ma's martial arts attainments were raised to the same level as his, it would be hard to say whether he would be his opponent. The current Mo Ma was only at a very shallow stage in the development of his innate divine body. After all, he was still very young, much younger than Chernzong. Mo Ma also knew that this was his disadvantage, but there was no way around it. He could only improve himself through training and battles. Not only did he develop his own potential, but he also had to improve in all aspects to live up to the reputation of an innate divine body. Next time, I will be able to defeat him. As Mo Ma fled, he thought to himself. Although he did not win this battle and was even at a disadvantage, Mo Ma was not depressed at all. On the contrary, he felt excited because after this battle, he only needed to settle down a little and his martial arts attainments would be improved. His strength would also become stronger, and the power of his purple sun divine body would be able to reach a higher level. Especially the innate divine body, it would become more tyrannical the further it progressed. When one entered the fourth realm, more potential would be unearthed. When one entered the fifth realm, more potential would be unearthed. When one entered the sixth realm, the divine power of the innate divine body would be completely unearthed and invincible. That was, the further one progressed, the stronger it would become, and the power would be beyond imagination. The future was limitless. However, would Chernzong be afraid? No, because Chernzong had the Fiend God Sword Codex. After breaking through to the fourth realm, Chernzong would be able to cultivate the second realm of the Fiend God Sword Codex. At that time, whether it was the sword body or sword origin, it would be able to surpass the limit and reach a higher level, grasping more powerful power. Chapter 2680. Second update. There's more at night. One by one, the fire god fruits were discovered one after another, causing everyone to chase after them. However, Chernzong only had 4 fire god fruit. It wasn't that he didn't want to get more, but the fire god fruits were really limited and rare. It wasn't easy to find them. Plus, the outer layer of the universe's secret land wasn't small. Even if he wanted to chase after them, it would be difficult to catch up in a short time. Battles were taking place here at all times. The war demon was defeated and eliminated. However, with his ranking on the Divine General list, it was considered good that he was able to fight until the second stage before being eliminated. Moreover, after this experience, the war demon's strength was even stronger. He had already rushed into the top 9,000 of the Divine General list. His ranking had increased by a few hundred places. Moreover, in the first stage, the war demon had also obtained many useful treasures for the fourth and fifth realms. These could be brought out. At that time, it would be a considerable amount of cultivation resources. After exchanging them, it would be enough for his strength to improve greatly. As for Chen Xiu, his essence was actually Chen Zong's clone, but he was also an independent individual. After exchanging memories and experiences with Chen Zong, although his cultivation didn't improve much, his swordsmanship kept improving. He also improved rapidly during the battle. Now, he had entered the top 7,000 of the Divine General list, which was even more shocking. Swordsmanship. Exceedingly superb swordsmanship forged Chen Xiu's astonishing strength. Every slash of his sword was incomparably ferocious. The rise of the war demon's ranking, Chen Xiu's ranking, and Chen Zong's ranking all made the people of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court very excited. Even the Alliance Master, Yuan Emperor, was the same. Speaking of which, Chen Zong was still someone he thought highly of. In the future, this boy's achievements will completely surpass mine, Yuan Emperor thought. Unfortunately, Chen Zong's achievements would be very high. He wasn't suitable to inherit the Dao Alliance, or the position of the Dao Alliance Master was just a restriction. The Taoist Alliance was indeed quite famous in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court or the Heaven Continent. As the Alliance Master, he naturally had a high status. For cultivators who could only reach the 6th level, it might be good, but for those top geniuses, it was just a kind of restraint. Being restrained by it, it was difficult for them to reach a higher level. After all, as the leader of an alliance, he had to manage everything. And managing things would invisibly divert his energy and time. I have to work harder. Yun Yanxin clenched his fists tightly. Chen Zong was already an expert ranked at the top of the Divine General's role, while he himself had only just broken through to the 3rd realm not long ago. He hadn't even entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General's role yet. The difference between them was too great. No matter what, even if he couldn't catch up with Chen Zong, he couldn't fall too far behind. Sensing the aura of the divine flame fruit, Chen Zong flew over at an astonishing speed. Soon, he was close to the person who had the divine flame fruit. The moment he saw the person, Chen Zong's expression changed subconsciously. That person was from the original clan. He had long silver hair and double pupils. However, he was different from ordinary original clan members. There seemed to be traces of black light in his long silver hair. That black light seemed to turn pale white and circulated endlessly. This person's appearance was extremely handsome. He didn't look like a human, but rather like a god. There was a sense of perfection about him. His dual pupils were cold and indifferent to the extreme. His pupils seemed to be rotating slowly. Furthermore, his dual pupils were split into two, one rotating clockwise while the other rotated counterclockwise. There was an indescribable sense of mystery about him. The aura around him was black and white, circulating endlessly. The moment he saw the person, Chen Zong quickly sized him up and knew his identity. First on the Divine General's role, Divine Lord Reincarnation. Chen Zong had never expected that the target he was chasing after was Divine Lord Reincarnation. It was rumored that Divine Lord Reincarnation was different from others. Divine General ranking belonged to the 3rd realm. Divine Lord ranking belonged to the 4th realm. Therefore, people above the Divine General ranking were called Marquis. For example, Sword Marquis Tianhen, Black Light Marquis, and so on. Of course, there were some titles that didn't have the word Marquis in it, but it was indeed so. As for Lord, it was usually used for 4th realm experts. Divine Lord was one of the best. Divine Lord Reincarnation was only at the 3rd realm. However, he was called Divine Lord, which showed how outstanding he was. He had an innate divine body. His divine body was called Reincarnation Divine Body, which was a top divine body. All kinds of physiques, even if they were at the same level, had different levels. At the level of spirit body and king body, the difference wasn't obvious. At the level of saint body, the difference became obvious, and at the level of divine body, it was even more obvious. For example, although Mo Ma's purple sun divine body was also an innate divine body, it was still inferior to the reincarnation divine body. The purple sun divine body was an ordinary innate divine body, but the reincarnation divine body was a top innate divine body. Moreover, Divine Lord Reincarnation had cultivated for much more time than Mo Ma. He had also developed the potential of his divine body more deeply. Therefore, his strength was very terrifying. It was rumored that Divine Lord Reincarnation had a shocking record of killing a fourth realm expert head-on. Escape, resist, confront, and kill. These were the four concepts. When a third realm cultivator faced a fourth realm cultivator, death was the only outcome for most of them. However, there were also powerful third realm cultivators who could escape from a fourth realm cultivator and survive. The more powerful third realm cultivators could resist a fourth realm cultivator for a while. The more powerful third realm cultivators could fight a fourth realm cultivator head-on. The most powerful third realm cultivators could kill a fourth realm cultivator like the Reincarnation Divine Lord. Most of the experts on the Divine General Ranking list couldn't escape death when facing a fourth realm expert. Only a few could escape, resist, and confront. As for killing, only Divine Lord Reincarnation had such a record. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Therefore, he was called a Divine Lord and was named Reincarnation because his innate divine body was the Reincarnation Divine Body. Chunzong saw Divine Lord Reincarnation, and Divine Lord Reincarnation also saw Chunzong. Divine Lord Reincarnation had 2 divine flame fruits, while Chunzong had 4. Hand over the divine flame fruits. Divine Lord Reincarnation's voice rang out, carrying an indescribable divine power through the void. It rushed directly into Chunzong's ears and into his mind, causing Chunzong's mind to tremble slightly, and his divine decree fluctuated. At that moment, Chunzong felt like he was in a trance, as if he was being dragged out. He immediately had to obey Divine Lord Reincarnation's words and take out the divine flame fruits and hand them over. Fortunately, his divine decree had reached the third realm and was very powerful, so he resisted it directly. Although he resisted it, Chunzong was very surprised. What kind of voice was that? It contained such inexplicable power. It was too terrifying. If his divine decree was still at the second realm, he might not have been able to resist it. Divine Lord Reincarnation was also surprised that Chunzong could resist his divine sound of reincarnation. Even the person ranked second on the Divine General list was unluckily hit by his divine sound of reincarnation for the first time. Although he recovered quickly, he definitely did not recover as quickly as Chunzong. Interesting. Divine Lord Reincarnation's indifferent eyes seemed to show a touch of surprise and amusement. Then, he raised his left hand and bent his 5 fingers slightly. Wisps of black and white aura, filled with vitality and death, twined around his 5 fingers, forming an indescribable mystery. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. His every movement did not seem fast, but rather slow, and every movement was very clear. However, Chunzong felt that he could not dodge it. It was as if the grabbing motion had directly frozen the space around him, fixed his body, and captured his mind. In an instant, Chunzong felt that he could not move. He could clearly see his opponent's palm slowly reaching out to grab him, but he felt that he could not move at all. He was mentally and physically exhausted, and could not muster up any strength to resist. In an instant, Chunzong's eyes became hazy, and his body seemed to become blurry. His heart was here, and his body was there. The heart Tao seal also appeared. In just an instant, Chunzong's eyes became incomparably clear again. His body appeared, and an incomparably strong sense of existence permeated the air. Idealism. He did not hesitate to use his most powerful sword move, and he did not test it at all. That was because Chen Zong had a strong feeling that if he did not unleash his strongest sword attack, he would be suppressed and unable to resist at all. Even if he unleashed his world sword technique, it would still be the same. The sword light broke through the air and immediately broke the suppression and the seal, allowing Chen Zong to completely regain his ability to move. Then, the sword pierced towards Samsara Emperor's grabbing motion. This grabbing motion was not an ordinary one. It was a move that Samsara Emperor was very good at and often used. It was called the Minor Samsara Hand, and it contained the amazing mystery of the Samsara Great Way. If Chen Zong had not made great progress in the Heart Tao and comprehended the mystery of idealism, he would not have been able to get rid of it. Even though he was ranked second on the Divine General list, he was in a difficult position when faced with Samsara Emperor's Minor Samsara Hand. They were not at the same level at all. Samsara Emperor was even more surprised when he saw that Chen Zong had gotten rid of the deterrence of his Minor Samsara Hand and was able to counterattack. However, the Minor Samsara Hand still reached out and caught the sword light. The idealistic sword, which was able to kill Black Light Marquis and repel Purple Sun Divine Physique, was caught by Samsara Divine Lord's Minor Samsara Hand. Immediately, Samsara Divine Lord exerted force in his palm, and with a cracking sound, the idealistic sword was directly crushed. Chen Zong's eyelids trembled, and an indescribable shock rose from his heart. What terrifying strength! Samsara Emperor was so terrifying. In an instant, Chen Zong struck out again. The third level of the sword sharpening technique. Idealism. This was Chen Zong's most powerful sword move. It was extremely terrifying, and even Mo Ma was injured. His Purple Sun Divine body could not withstand it. However, after Chen Zong displayed this sword move, he did not hesitate to explode with extreme speed. Instead of advancing, he retreated and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Samsara Emperor's face showed a touch of seriousness in the face of Chen Zong's most powerful sword move. Obviously, he could not underestimate the power of this sword move. Immediately, black and white auras intertwined in Samsara Emperor's palm and became stronger. The aura of life and death also became stronger. The two auras intertwined and circulated, as if forming a wheel that kept rotating in his palm, containing the mystery of reincarnation. Great Samsara Hand. Chapter 2681. Another update to the author. Chen Zong's body was as swift as an aurora and as light as a cool breeze. His breathing was faint as he flew along the incomparably hard ground at an extremely fast speed. However, his expression was not the least bit relaxed. Instead, it was extremely solemn. Behind him, a terrifying aura that was filled with vitality and deathly stillness had locked onto him from afar. It followed him like a shadow, and no matter how he changed his figure and strength, he could not get rid of it. Samsara Divine Lord had not given up and was chasing after him. Samsara Divine Lord is really terrifying, Chen Zong could not help but think. Mo Ma had an innate divine body, but compared to Samsara Divine Lord, the gap was still very obvious. Chen Zong was not clear about the strength of the divine body, but he could see that Samsara Divine Lord was many times more powerful than Mo Ma in the development and application of the potential of his divine body. Samsara Divine Lord had not only exerted the power of his Samsara Divine body, but it was also extremely powerful. Idealistic sword was enough to kill Black Light Marquis and make Mo Ma pay attention to it. The idealistic sword under the third level of the sword sharpening technique had even broken Mo Ma's Purple Sun Divine body and injured him directly. He did not dare to fight with Chen Zong again and retreated. However, when facing Samsara Divine Lord, Chen Zong's idealistic sword was not effective and was directly crushed. Even the idealistic sword, whose power had been increased by 3 times under the 3rd level of the sword sharpening technique, still could not do anything to Samsara Divine Lord. Chunzong also had the same feeling. After he attacked, he did not hesitate to escape. He was no match for Samsara Divine Lord. Samsara Divine Lord's strength was too terrifying. Idealistic sword was the application of the way of the heart, and it was integrated with his own powerful divine decree attack. However, such an attack had little effect on Samsara Divine Lord. The Samsara Divine Body was mysterious. Even though Samsara Divine Lord had only unlocked a small part of his potential, it was still amazing. Not only did he have an amazing physique, but his divine will was also amazing. Perhaps his divine will was not as good as Chunzong's, but the divine power of the Samsara Divine Body was enough to form a strong defense for his divine will to resist external attacks. As a result, Chunzong's most powerful strike was completely blocked and could not harm Samsara Immortal. Samsara Immortal had his eyes on Chunzong, or in other words, the 3 divine flame fruits in Chunzong's hands. Even Samsara Emperor himself had only obtained 2 divine flame fruit. If he could get Chunzong's divine flame fruits, he would have 5. One was running and the other was chasing. Chunzong's speed was extremely fast, but Celestial Samsara's speed was not slow at all. His expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent. His body swayed slightly and he took a step forward. Vaguely, he seemed to have traversed through the void and crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. 1 step was 1,000 meters, 2 steps were 2,000 meters, 3 steps were 3,000 meters. Every step was connected without any pause. It was as smooth and fast as flowing water. Close. Samsara Immortal was closing in on Chunzong little by little. Chunzong felt helpless. Samsara Immortal was too powerful. Unless he could cultivate the 2nd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex, he would not be able to compete with Samsara Immortal in terms of absolute strength. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 1st level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. Otherwise, he would not even be able to stand firmly in front of Samsara Immortal with the strength that he had cultivated in the past. Strength. Absolute strength gap. That was a kind of crushing, an extreme crushing. The power of the innate divine body was so terrifying. Chunzong had to sigh again. But there was nothing he could do. The innate divine body was born. Spiritual bodies, imperial bodies, and even saintly bodies could be acquired. However, it was almost impossible to acquire a divine body. Even if it was possible, it was thousands of times more difficult than acquiring a saintly body. There was nothing that could be done about it. It was just like how some people lost their parents at birth and became orphans or even beggars. Even food and clothing became a huge problem for them, let alone standing out among their peers. Some people were born with a golden spoon in their mouth. They could get whatever they wanted. They were born to stand at an unreachable height. But only by seizing every opportunity and fighting hard could one have a chance to counterattack. Samsara Divine Lord put his hands behind his back and the light in his eyes turned in reverse. He looked very strange. His expression was indifferent and he continued to chase after Chunzong, closing in on him step by step. Chunzong broke out all his strength and activated the bronze sword body to the extreme. As the bronze divine runes filled the air, he turned into a bronze sword light and moved as fast as a flash of light. For others, it was like 3 divine fire fruits were moving at high speed. Then 2 divine fire fruits were moving at high speed. Undoubtedly, it attracted many people to rush over and try to stop them. Die! Facing the people in front of him, Chunzong's face darkened. Immediately, his body seemed to become ethereal and then condensed in an instant. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Idealism. The sword was drawn out without mercy. The strongest sword move was far superior to the unique skills of the world sword technique. This sword move could not do anything to Samsara immortal, but these people were not Samsara immortal, and did not have such power. In the face of Chen Zong's sword move, they only felt as if their hearts were pierced and their divine wills were torn apart. An indescribable pain attacked them, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged from the deepest part of their hearts. In an instant, it swept over them like a raging tide. Under such circumstances, they did not have the slightest ability to resist and were all killed. Chen Zong did not slow down and continued to move forward at an amazing speed. Not far away, some people saw this scene and their eyelids twitched violently. They felt lucky that they did not rush over to stop him. Otherwise, that sword move would have been enough to kill them all. He is Chen Zong, who killed Black Light Marquis and is now ranked 6th on the Divine Generals list. After taking a closer look, someone recognized Chen Zong. With such strength, why does it seem like he is running away? Who is chasing him? Not long after, everyone's eyes widened as they saw a calm figure. Black and white auras surrounded his body, spreading endlessly, turning into a cycle that intertwined with each other. The moment they saw the figure, they also received the relevant information. Suddenly, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Samsara Immortal, the demon who ranked first on the Divine Generals list. It turned out that he was chasing Chen Zong. No one dared to get close, even though they knew that Samsara Immortal had 2 divine fire fruit. No one dared to get close to him. Instead, they retreated further away, fearing that they would be implicated in the battle. At the same time, they also felt that Chen Zong was extremely unlucky to be targeted by Samsara Immortal. It was only a matter of time before he died. Chase. Run. Time passed slowly. Samsara Immortal was like a fool and was determined to catch up with Chen Zong. One by one, the divine flame fruits were found and taken away. The number of divine flame fruits in the second stage was not as many as in the first stage. There were only 64 fruit. In an instant, everyone who was still at the outer layer of the universe secret land received a message. The 64th divine flame fruit was found. The second stage was over. After receiving the message, Chen Zong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Celestial Samsara Lord was also stunned. Then, he stopped. The distance between him and Chen Zong was only 1,000 meters. He could catch up with Chen Zong with just one step. However, it was only one step. Chen Zong even had to take elixirs to speed up the recovery of his strength when he was being chased by Samsara Immortal. Otherwise, the recovery speed of his skill could not keep up with the speed of his consumption. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Unfortunately, this was all he could do. Even though the Samsara Divine Lord had terrifying abilities and could kill a 4th realm expert as a 3rd realm expert, he could not go against the rules set by the will of the universe. Otherwise, even if he killed Chen Zong, he would still be eliminated. Samsara Immortal would not be so stupid to see such a situation where both sides would suffer. Like the first stage, the third stage would not start immediately after the end of the second stage. This was because there would be another round of elimination before the third stage. In the second stage, a maximum of 6,666 people could participate. However, in the third stage, a maximum of 1,111 people could participate. There were more than 4,000 people left. Therefore, a portion of them had to be eliminated and only the last 1,111 people would be left. Only then, the third stage would start. Soon after, specks of light appeared and continuously spread out. Finally, they turned into a long river that surged out. It came from an endless place and went to an endless place. One could not see the end or the border. However, if one looked closely, they would find that it was not a long river but a path that contained indescribable mysteries. This path was called Refining Heart. Refining Heart Road. It was not a very outstanding name. However, it was formed by the power of the will of the universe. No one could belittle it. The rules of elimination were also out. One had to walk on refining heart road continuously. When one could not walk on anymore, they would be eliminated. When there were only 1,111 people left, they would enter the third stage. The third stage was also the last stage of the opening of the universe secret land. After the third stage ended, the outer layer of the universe secret land would also end. After the middle layer and the inner layer ended, the universe secret land would be hidden again. After entering the third stage of elimination, the trial of refining heart road would begin. Soon after, numerous figures rose into the air and entered the heart refining path. Following which, numerous figures appeared on the path. There seemed to be no end to the path of tempering heart. The people outside could basically see the silhouettes that appeared on the path of tempering heart. Not only could they see the others, they could also see the endless path. In front of them, the further they went, the more it seemed to be pitch black. It was as deep and unpredictable as an abyss, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts and fear. They focused their minds and immediately began to move forward. Some people moved forward step by step. However, some people did the opposite. They started to run and their speed was not slow. Soon, they were left behind. Chapter 2682. Part 1. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past. In an instant, many people used their movement techniques and left the others far behind. They continued to advance forward at a rapid speed. On the path of refined heart, specks of light flickered mysteriously like stars. Every speck of light seemed to represent a mystery, dazzling everyone who looked at it. It was as if they would fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. Chen Zong looked at it for a while before he calmed himself down and stepped forward. However, unlike most people, Chen Zong did not run at the beginning. Instead, he walked step by step. Soon, he was left behind by most people. Celestial Samsara also walked, but his walking style was different. Every step he took covered 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, he overtook the others and took the lead. Then, he left them all behind. The number 1 on the Divine General Ranking Board was so amazing and extraordinary. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and other experts on the Divine General Ranking Board were also using their divine ability. Chen Zong thought as he walked. What was the path of refined heart? What was the path of refined heart? Was it to train one's mind? Or was it something else? Based on the name, it seemed to be the case. However, it was not necessarily the case. However, it should be related. In that case, it did not have much to do with speed. After all, there was no time limit. It was related to the number of people left in the end. Once there were only 10 people left, the path of refined heart would automatically end. Like Chernzong, many people did not run at the beginning because they knew that even if they ran fast now, they might not be able to take the lead later. It was just like the chess game of Heaven's Will. In the beginning, some people solved the chess game of Heaven's Will very quickly. They seemed to be the first person to solve the chess game of Heaven's Will. However, what happened in the end? It was not so. Nothing was absolute. However, they soon realized that even if they did not run, they could not walk slowly because the path behind them was disappearing continuously. After it disappeared, there was nothing left. If they fell, they would be eliminated immediately. Fortunately, the speed at which the road was disappearing was not very fast. With the speed at which everyone was walking, they would not be affected. However, the crowd soon discovered that their thinking was too naive. That was because the speed at which the road was disappearing behind them was gradually increasing. Even though it was not very obvious, it was indeed increasing. It forced the crowd to increase their speed, or else they would be eliminated. Not long after, most of the people who were running at high speed stopped and slowed down. It was not because they wanted to, but because the real test of the path of heart refinement had begun. It was a test that targeted one's mind and willpower. It directly affected one's mind and willpower, causing one's mind and willpower to suffer great pressure. Under this kind of pressure, he had to resist the pressure of the path of heart refinement while paying attention to the path that was gradually disappearing behind him. He had to maintain a certain speed to move forward, and the difficulty had increased tenfold. All in all, this was the true test. Chunzong kept moving forward at a certain speed. Gradually, he felt the pressure that pervaded the path of heart refinement. The invisible pressure was quietly oppressing him. It was not targeted at his body, and he could not resist it at all with his cultivation strength. It was because it directly targeted his mind, willpower, and so on. It was an invisible force. However, Chunzong's mind, and willpower were so amazing that the pressure at the beginning did not affect Chunzong at all. It was not even qualified to slow down Chunzong's speed. Unknowingly, Chunzong overtook one person after another. He kept moving forward from the last to the middle, and then to the front again. As for the top experts on the Divine General list, such as Divine Emperor Samsara, they were not affected much. They naturally resisted the pressure, and kept moving forward. Those who could rank at the top of the Divine General's ranking were not only talented and powerful, but they were also strong in terms of spirit and willpower. At this moment, the path of the heart refinement had nothing to do with cultivation or strength. Only those with strong willpower and a strong mind would have the hope of going further. Of course, after going through the first two stages, the weaker ones had almost all been eliminated. Those who remained were the stronger ones. However, there were exceptions, such as Chen Xiu. Among those who remained, his strength was at the lowest level. However, he was very lucky to be able to make it this far. It seemed that there was some hope for him to enter the third stage. Once Chen Xiu entered the third stage, he would more or less gain more benefits, which would be very helpful to the improvement of his strength. Not to mention other things, just the longer he stayed here, the greater the improvement of his cultivation. It should be known that Chen Xiu's current cultivation still had room for improvement. As they kept moving forward, the fluctuation that directly impacted their mind and willpower became stronger and stronger. Gradually, some people could not help but stop and stand still. Their expressions kept changing, as if they were suffering from something uncomfortable. From time to time, there would be people who overtook these people and continued to advance. The path continued to disappear, like a darkness that devoured everything. It continued to spread upward, and then spread under the feet of these people who stood still, directly turning into nothingness. Fall. These people fell directly into the dark nothingness. Then, they turned into streamers and shot up into the sky. They rushed out of the universe's secret land and returned to their original places. Eliminated. These people were all eliminated. Unknowingly, Chunzong had overtaken most of the people and was at the front. He gradually approached the few people at the front and then moved forward side by side with them. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, someone stood where he was and laughed loudly. It was as if he had encountered a joyous occasion. He laughed crazily. However, there were some people who actually started crying. At first, they were sobbing. Then, they started sobbing. Then, they started bawling. They cried so sadly that tears streamed down their faces. Some people, however, looked distressed and sighed, as if they had met with some unsolvable and incomparably annoying problem. Some people, on the other hand, were furious. Their faces were red and their eyes were red. They were so angry that they could not be any more furious, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Their anger was monstrous. Some people, from time to time, let out some strange laughter, which made people blush. Some people, too, let out some strange moans. All in all, there were all kinds of reactions. These people, under the power of the path of refined heart, had fallen into some kind of illusion. The path of refined heart focused on the mind, willpower, and other aspects. Only when one's mind, willpower, and mind were strong enough could one better withstand it. Even so, the path of refined heart was endless. The further one went, the stronger the power of the path of refined heart, and the more difficult it was to withstand. In the end, no one could withstand it. The invisible pressure constantly attacked, trying to pull Chen Zong into the illusion, but it was resisted by Chen Zong and could not affect Chen Zong much. As such, Chen Zong continued to move forward. His speed was not reduced at all. It was very stable. Samsara Divine Emperor's expression was normal, and no one could see any changes. The pressure did not seem to have much effect on him. After all, his Samsara Divine Body was very strong, and his development of the Samsara Divine Body had reached a certain level, which was very shocking. However, as he continued to move forward, the path of refined heart became more and more intense, and Samsara Divine Emperor had to face it seriously and deal with it seriously. Unknowingly, only Samsara Divine Emperor was left in the front, and Chen Zong was next. This immediately shocked the others. Mo Ma, who had the purple Sun Divine Body and retreated from the battle with Chen Zong, was also surprised. How could this person's mind will be so strong? One had to know that the strength of Chen Zong's divine will was extremely shocking. It had even reached the third level, the level of consolidating equipment sword. In addition, because he had cultivated the 33 heavens of heart, Chen Zong's mental energy was extremely strong and tough. It was another intangible advantage. Even now, the mind power could only be used as an aid, and could not directly enhance Chen Zong's strength, but it was still amazing. It could always come in handy at critical moments, such as now. The outside world was shocked. Samsara Divine Emperor could do so because his Samsara Divine Body was a top innate divine body, which was very amazing. However, Chen Zong did not have any innate divine body, and there was nothing unusual about him. It was truly shocking to the extreme. Suddenly, the saints' eyes lit up, and they started to think. In the end, if Chen Zong could take out some divine flame fruits, with his amazing performance, he might be qualified to enter the sacred ground to cultivate. After all, with such talent, even in the Holy Land, he was not inferior in the slightest. Occasionally, someone would stop, and then be swallowed by the disappearing path, falling directly, and then turning into light to leave the universe's secret land, and being eliminated. More and more people were eliminated, and there were fewer and fewer people left. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people left. However, there were still less than 1,111 people left. Chen Zong continued to move forward, slowly closing the distance between him and Samsara Divine Emperor, and then they moved side by side, and then he surpassed him. Samsara Divine Emperor could not help but be stunned. He never thought that he would be surpassed. However, he had been surpassed by Chen Zong once in the previous chess game of destiny. A smile appeared on his face, but soon the smile disappeared. This was because the power of the path of refining heart was getting stronger, and even he had to deal with it with all his strength. Chen Zong withstood more and more pressure and stayed true to his heart. The path of heart continued to operate, and the mystery of idealism was also activated. His own mind was gradually strengthened. This was the belief of his own heart, and the belief that the stronger the opponent, the stronger the belief. Even on the path of refining heart, it was still useful. Idealism, one's heart was not confused, and it resisted the invasion of all external evils. Staying true to one's heart was unwavering, and no external evils such as happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, pain, or fear could affect one's heart. All illusions were like fleeting clouds, and Chen Zong could not really fall into them. Chen Zong's path of heart was also further strengthened under this kind of training. Chapter 2683. Second Update. Sections of the path of refining heart were disappearing one after another, and the trial testers fell and were eliminated one after another. At this moment, Chen Zong was already at the forefront, surpassing Samsara Emperor. Even if Samsara Emperor wanted to catch up with and surpass Chen Zong, he felt that he was powerless. No matter if it was the divine will or the mind, Chern Zong was extremely proficient in them. From the time he was at his weakest, he had experienced numerous setbacks, and tempering to continuously grow and strengthen himself. There was not the slightest bit of exaggeration, it was all true gold refined by fire. Samsara Emperor's strength came from the Samsara divine body itself. Even if it had not been fully developed, it still had amazing power that surpassed most practitioners. Moreover, Samsara Emperor had developed his Samsara divine body to a high degree. One was acquired through countless trials and tribulations, while the other was born with it. It was hard to tell which one was better, and could only be judged based on the actual situation. But in such a situation, Chern Zong was undoubtedly more resilient. However, the further Chern Zong went, the more intense the impact of the path of heart refinement was. It was extremely shocking. In the air, there seemed to be countless illusions that flickered like demons and monsters. They could not be seen clearly, but they caused one's scalp to go numb and one's heart to tremble with fear. It was even harder to imagine what kind of pressure the people who were directly impacted were enduring. Chern Zong's expression was incomparably calm. The divine light in his eyes was restrained, as if it was extremely condensed. The power of the divine will and the power of the mind were also constantly being consumed to resist the invasion of external evil. The mystery of idealism was also constantly operating. His aura was integrated and condensed to the extreme. His aura became incomparably strong, as if everything else around him had become a background. The mystery of the path of heart was further unearthed and improved. Even though he had not really condensed the seal of Heart Tao, he was stronger than before. Aura. Strands of shapeless aura circled around Chern Zong. It was the aura of the Tao of the heart, and it was also the aura of the sword Tao. It was extremely formidable and boundlessly sharp, and all the monsters that attacked were sliced apart, minced into pieces, and annihilated by the terrifying shapeless aura of the heart sword. Samsara Emperor was surrounded by black and white auras, which were full of vitality and dead silence. They intertwined and turned into a cycle. It was like a wheel that was rotating, resisting all the invading evils, crushing them, and sending them into the cycle of reincarnation. Emoma activated his purple sun divine body. He seemed to have turned into a purple true sun, emitting an extremely shocking aura. Although their cultivation power was useless here, their divine body power, to some extent, could help to resist the invasion of evils. Every move, divine skills. But there were also people who were eliminated. Suddenly, Chern Zong only felt an indescribable power descend. No matter who it was, they were all fixed in place in an instant, unable to move at all. At the same time, the will of the universe appeared in everyone's mind. The path of refined heart trial ended. That was because, after a series of eliminations, only 11 people remained. The others had all been eliminated. Only these people were qualified to enter the third stage. The outer layer of the universe's secret region started shaking. It was even more intense than when they entered the second stage. Wind blew and clouds surged. In an instant, endless universe Yuan Qi whizzed over. It was like a heavenly dragon descending, emitting an extremely powerful divine aura. Numerous stalks of green grass broke out from the ground and emitted a crystalline and translucent jade-green divine light. With a single glance, one would know that they were absolutely extraordinary. Numerous flowers bloomed from nothing, and a strange fragrance suffused the air as divine light gushed out. Numerous trees rose up and seemed to be able to support the sky. They had a myriad of branches that were verdant and lush, and they were suffused with extremely shocking vitality. The entire outer layer of the universe's secret region was changing rapidly. The aura became denser and denser, shocking everyone. As the path of heart refinement disappeared, numerous figures landed on the ground. There was a total of 11 people. When they landed, they spread out and flew to other places. That was because they had noticed the changes on the ground when they were high up in the sky. Those plants and flowers were not ordinary things. They were all treasures. From their point of view, those were treasures that were very useful to 5th realm king-level great beings. There were even treasures that belonged to 6th realm emperor-level beings. Everyone was tempted. They did not know what the divine flame fruit was used for. They only knew that they could turn it in and get benefits from it. However, those treasures were real. Once they got it, it would belong to them directly. Take it. Chunzong also had his eyes on a fruit. When he landed, he turned into a beam of sword light and slashed across the sky, charging at an astonishing speed. That fruit was about the size of a fist. It was surrounded by layers of purple patterns, revealing a mysterious and noble aura. It emitted a hazy halo, one layer after another. One look was enough to tell that the fruit was extraordinary. With a flash of sword light, Chunzong approached the fruit directly. Just as he was about to take it, a figure suddenly rushed out of the void and appeared beside the fruit with great agility. He grabbed the fruit. "This treasure is mine," said Qin Wentian. This person was thin and small. After grabbing the fruit in an instant, his figure faded at an astonishing speed and was about to disappear into the void again. Just as he was about to escape with the treasure, Chunzong's eyes focused on the sword light. His figure also became very prominent, and his sword was unsheathed in an instant. Idealism. After going through the path of heart refinement, Chunzong's attainments in the way of the heart had become even more profound. The mysteries of the idealistic sword had also become even more profound. As a result, the speed at which he used it had become much faster, and its power had also increased slightly. More powerful. A sword pierced through the air. Under the sword light, nothing could hide. The skinny man who had taken the fruit was stunned, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. He felt as if his mind and spirit were being attacked at the same time, as if they were about to be torn apart. As a result, his reaction was a beat slower. This beat doomed him to be unable to dodge Chunzong's sword. He could not dodge or even resist. After all, although his strength was not weak, there was still a gap between him and Chunzong. He was ranked in the 20th place on the Divine General's list. Kill. Kill with one sword. The treasures found in the first and second stages were all taken away by this person, but the fruit was left behind. With a flash of sword light, the fruit was directly wrapped up and fell into Chunzong's hands. When Chunzong took a closer look, he noticed that this fruit contained an incomparably miraculous energy. It was incomparably majestic and vigorous to the extreme, and it was boundless like an ocean, shocking to the extreme. The lines on the fruit carried an indescribable mystery and contained layers of Taoist rhymes. Chunzong did not know what kind of fruit it was, but he was sure that it was definitely an amazing fruit. It was the best treasure he had found in the universe's secret lands so far, aside from the divine fire fruit. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately kept it in the 9 levels of Heaven Ring. With a flash of his body, he flew in other directions to search for other treasures. Of course, there was also the divine fire fruit. There were also divine fire fruits in the 3rd stage, but there were fewer of them. There were only 36 of them. 1,111 people were going to fight for 36 divine fire fruit. There was no doubt that it would be an intense and cruel competition. However, one thing was certain. The divine fire fruits in the 3rd stage should be different from those in the 1st and 2nd stages. After all, the divine fire fruits in the 1st stage were red flames, while the divine fire fruits in the 2nd stage were orange flames. What about the divine fire fruits in the 3rd stage? Not long after, the first divine fire fruit was found. Chunzong had also been searching for it, but unfortunately, he did not find it. 36 divine flame fruits were too few in number. Finding them was not a matter of strength. Luck also played an important role. After Chen Xiu landed on the ground, he began to move rapidly. His ranking on the Divine Generals list was around 7,000. It could be said that he was the lowest ranking and the weakest among the 1111 people left. The second lowest ranking was around 3,000. There was a huge gap between them. To be able to stay in the third stage with such a ranking and strength, one could see that he was indeed extraordinary. It was very shocking. His potential was also very outstanding. Instantly, many people noticed Chen Xiu's existence and were secretly amazed. Chen Xiu's figure flew. He also knew that his current strength was not comparable to the others. Of course, he had to be more careful. As he flew to search for treasures, he circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the increasingly pure universe Yuan Qi to cultivate. The universe Yuan Qi here could not be compared to the outside world. The difference was more than 1,000 times. The efficiency of cultivation here was also more than 1,000 times that of the outside world. As long as one stayed here for a longer period of time, the effect of cultivation would be more obvious and the benefits would be greater. Increase. Every moment, Chen Xiu felt that his strength was gradually increasing. Suddenly, Chen Xiu's eyes widened as he stared ahead. There was a burning flame. The flame was purple and it burned continuously. However, it did not release any heat, as if it did not exist. In the middle of the flame, there was a purple flame-shaped fruit. Divine Fire Fruit. Immediately, Chen Xiu was sure that it was the Divine Fire Fruit. Out of the 36 Divine Fire Fruits, he did not expect to be so lucky as to encounter one. It would be fine if he did not encounter it, but since he had encountered it, he could not miss it. As for becoming the target of others, he would think about it later. Moreover, after obtaining the Divine Fire Fruit, if he could not keep it, he could give it to his deity as soon as possible. With his deity's current strength, he might be able to keep it. In a flash, Chen Xiu dashed toward the Divine Flame Fruit and took it away. Following his senses, he dashed in the direction of his primordial body. After Chen Xiu obtained the Divine Fire Fruit, Chen Zong also combined the information of the will of the universe and immediately headed in Chen Xiu's direction. Since he had obtained it, he should keep it in his hands. Chapter 2684. I finished my outburst of 9,000 words. Everyone knew that although the number of divine flame fruits appearing in the third stage was the lowest, their quality should be the best. Otherwise, why would there be red, orange, and purple flames? Although it was just a guess, it was close to the mark. The red God Fire Fruit was a low-level God Fire Fruit, the orange God Fire Fruit was a mid-level God Fire Fruit, and the purple God Fire Fruit was a high-level God Fire Fruit. When all 36 purple flame God Fire Fruits were found and taken, the third stage would end. At that time, everyone would have to leave the universe secret region. Similarly, the middle and inner layers of the universe secret region were the same. Hence, the God Fire Fruits in the third stage were not only of the lowest quantity, but also of the highest value. When Chen Xiu obtained the God Fire Fruit, many people immediately chased after him. Those who stayed behind were mostly very strong. This was the final stage. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they might not even get a single God Fire Fruit. That would be a pity. Suddenly, Chen Xiu became the target of many people. Before Chen Zong arrived, Chen Xiu already fell into the encirclement. Hand over the God Fire Fruit. There are so many of you. Who should I hand it to? A purple flame fruit appeared in Chen Xiu's hand. He smiled. Although he wasn't good with words, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to speak. At this time, of course, he had to stall for time until Chen Zong arrived. Everyone stared at the purple God Fire Fruit. Their eyes shone brightly. They wanted to take it for themselves. However, there was only one God Fire Fruit. Everyone wanted it. Who should get it? Stop talking nonsense. Put down the God Fire Fruit first. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Someone was still clear-headed. That's right. Put down the god fire fruit and leave immediately. Otherwise we'll kill you first. The others reacted and threatened. I'm thinking for you. I can't take the god fire fruit away anyway. However, Chen Xiu was not nervous at all. Instead, he revealed a smile that said, however, since you guys have made such a request, I won't be a busybody. I'll leave the divine flame fruit here. Whoever has the ability can take it. Although he said that, Chen Xiu did not put down the divine flame fruit. He was stalling for time. His main body was already approaching. Although these people were very strong, even stronger than him, there was still a huge gap between them and his true self. Everything would be resolved by the time his true body arrived. No matter how unwilling Chen Xiu was to rely on the strength of his true body, there was nothing he could do about it. The current him was still not strong enough. Otherwise, why would he waste so much time talking? He would just slay all of them with a single sword. Put it down. Cut the crap. Kill him first. Although the others didn't know what Chen Xiu's goal was, they had a bad feeling about it. Wait, I'll put it down now, Chen Xiu said. He immediately let go of the god flame fruit. After releasing the flame god fruit, it once again burned with purple flames and floated in the air. It was so dazzling, eye-catching, and enchanting. Immediately, Chen Xiu's figure flashed and turned into a ray of sword light, retreating without hesitation. It was as if he had really given up on the divine flame fruit. Seeing that Chen Xiu was so sensible, the others ignored him. Although Chen Xiu's strength was the weakest among them, no one dared to attack him directly. Because whoever attacked first would be surrounded by the others, and they wouldn't be able to gain any benefit. Now that the divine flame fruit had appeared, everyone was stunned at first. Then, they exploded with shocking strength. Anyway, the divine flame fruit was extremely tough. With their strength, they couldn't damage it at all. Therefore, they were able to attack without any hesitation. Furthermore, even if their attacks reached the divine flame fruit, it would not move in the slightest. It would remain in its original position, unless it was taken away by someone. It was that special. Fight. A chaotic battle broke out. There were more than a dozen people involved. Among the dozen people, there were strong and weak people. However, in the chaotic battle, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. After all, the difference in strength between them wasn't too big. Chen Xiu appeared a few thousand meters away and watched. He didn't have the slightest intention to attack. After all, everyone was stronger than him. If he attacked rashly, he might be killed first. Wait, continue to wait. Chen Zong was getting closer. It was a pity that none of the dozen people had the divine flame fruit. Otherwise, when Chen Zong arrived, he would have killed them directly and obtained a few more divine flame fruit. However, it seemed that there were other people with the divine flame fruits rapidly approaching. Chen Zong didn't know who they were. If they were too strong, he might really be in danger this time. Chen Zong got closer and saw more than a dozen people fighting in a chaotic battle. People. At the same time, one of them took the opportunity to grab the divine flame fruit. After receiving 3 attacks, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, but he used the momentum to rush out of the crowd. He used a secret technique to explode with extreme speed and flew far away. Stop! Leave the divine flame fruit behind. This unforeseen event immediately made the others furious. They chased after him crazily. That person looked pale, but his speed was extremely fast. Judging from the situation, he wouldn't be caught. However, a flash of sword light broke through the air in an instant. It was extremely fast and extremely shocking. It directly passed over the dozen people and rapidly approached him. The extremely terrifying sword intent penetrated through the void, directly targeting his soul and divine intent. It made him feel like he was being pierced and torn apart. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end. Even his speed had unconsciously decreased by quite a bit. This kind of sword intent could split the sky and earth. It was as if nothing could resist it. Even his spiritual soul felt like it was being torn apart. It was as if his body was being destroyed by this terrifying sword intent and turned into powder. For no reason, it was as if the entire void was being driven by the sword intent. It directly pressed down on him, shattering his body, bones, and soul. Accompanying the sword intent was a flash of sword light. The sword light was bronze and incomparably deep. It was extremely fast. The sword light seemed to have pierced through time and space. It was so close yet worlds apart. It directly pierced through his body. This flash of sword light was sent out by Chunzong. Then, Chunzong rapidly approached and directly grabbed the divine flame fruit. In the blink of an eye there was a sudden change. A hand that was surrounded by countless black and white auras seemed to have traversed through space and time, reaching out from afar. It carried with it an incomparably profound profundity. Deathly stillness and vitality circulated endlessly, as if it could ignore all obstructions. Minor Samsara Hand. It was Samsara Divine Emperor. In fact, Chunzong had also sensed Samsara Divine Emperor's aura. However, since it concerned the divine flame fruit, Chunzong naturally had to fight for it. The sword light broke through the air and the minor Samsara Hand reached out. The two collided again. However, the sword light was caught by the minor Samsara Hand in an instant and then shattered. Like a hot knife through butter, the minor Samsara Hand continued to grab the divine flame fruit. The Samsara divine power under the Samsara divine body and the mystery of the Samsara great way complemented each other. The divine flame fruit was still caught by Samsara divine emperor and appeared in his hand. Samsara divine emperor! Let's go! The dozens of people who were chasing after Chunzong all turned pale. They all stopped and quickly fled. However, Samsara divine emperor did not even look at them. In his eyes they were just a bunch of ants. As long as they did not provoke him, he did not need to pay any attention to them. At this moment, there was only one target in Samsara Divine Emperor's eyes, Chunzong. It should be noted that Chunzong had previously escaped from him. Samsara Divine Emperor had an amazing record of killing a Fourth Realm expert head-on. Even if he had only killed an ordinary Fourth Realm expert, it was still very shocking. In the previous confrontation, Chunzong's last stroke was so powerful that Samsara Divine Emperor had to use the Great Samsara Hand to fend it off. The minor Samsara Hand was Samsara Divine Emperor's regular combat skill. However, the Great Samsara Hand was his ultimate move. When he used the Great Samsara Hand, it meant that he had used most of his strength. The divine flame fruit of purple flame still fell into Samsara Divine Emperor's hand. However, he did not keep it. Instead, he waved his hand and divine flame fruits appeared in front of him, burning with flames. 4 fruits, 2 red flames, 1 orange flame, and 1 purple flame that he had just obtained. You want the divine flame fruit, right? Samsara Divine Emperor smiled. In his eyes, black and white light was rotating in reverse. It was like a vortex that could devour everything and reverse the cycle of life and death. Of course, when the Samsara Divine Body and the Samsara Great Way reached an extremely high level, they might be able to do this. However, the current Samsara Divine Emperor was far from that level. It was just an appearance. Even if it was just an appearance, it still revealed an amazing power that was hard to resist. Chunzong squinted his eyes and stared at the 4 divine flame fruits. His eyes shone with a bright light. 4 divine flame fruits, no doubt, were extremely attractive. However, for Samsara Divine Emperor, having the divine flame fruits was a good thing. Even if he did not have the divine flame fruits, it was not a big deal. After all, he was a disciple of a saint and was highly valued and cultivated. Therefore, for many people, the divine flame fruits were an opportunity to change their fate. However, for Samsara Divine Emperor, it was just icing on the cake. Let's bet on a fight. A smile appeared on Samsara Divine Emperor's indifferent face. Let's fight. If you can defeat me, I will give you these 4 divine flame fruits. Chapter 2685. I went out to run some errands this morning and just got home. The sharpness of the sword Dao shot into the sky and split the earth apart. It was like the 9th level of the abyss, and it swept through everything before it, causing the people in the distance to be extremely shocked. It was as if the sword of the heavens was floating above their heads, and its sharpness was pointing directly at them with the intention of piercing through and tearing them apart. The divine power of the samsara divine body was activated and the mystery of the samsara great way was revealed. The power of black and white, death and life intertwined and turned into a wheel. At the center of the wheel was the samsara divine lord. He was like a god or demon. His divine power was unparalleled and spread in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. The aura was mysterious and amazing, making everyone feel indescribably oppressed. Their divine souls and even their bodies felt as if they were being dragged into the abyss of samsara. It was extremely frightening. Retreat. They retreated again. Whether it was the sword essence that Chernzong displayed or the divine power released by the Samsara Divine Lord, they were both filled with extremely terrifying aura fluctuations, making them feel extremely pressured. They had no choice but to retreat further so that the aura would not be so strong and obvious. At the same time, everyone felt excited and agitated. One was a powerful sword practitioner expert who had killed the Black Light Marquis, and was ranked 6th on the Divine General list. The other was a peerless genius who had occupied the 1st place on the Divine General list and had never been defeated. It was said that he had killed a 4th realm expert head-on. 2 different experts were going to fight here, and each of them had 4 divine flame fruits as the wager. Of course, if they killed each other, the divine flame fruits would be left behind and become the spoils of war for the other. Therefore, such a wager seemed to be dispensable. However, no one could tell what would happen until the end. The 2 completely different auras clashed and collided violently, like a mountain against a raging tide. However, Chernzong could clearly feel that his sword essence seemed to be at a disadvantage and was being pushed back inch by his opponent's extremely terrifying aura. The mystery of idealism. In an instant, Chernzong's eyes became hazy and then condensed to the extreme. When his heart was strong and his will was strong, his sword would be strong. His sword essence was boosted in an instant and became even more powerful. As his sword essence became stronger and stronger, it resisted the oppression of his opponent's samsara divine power. They were evenly matched. However, at the place where the 2 terrifying auras and wills clashed, the void seemed to be scratched and the extremely hard ground was constantly torn apart. Cracks appeared and spread rapidly in all directions. The sound of cracking was extremely ear-piercing. In an instant, cracks appeared on the ground within a few hundred meters as if it was about to collapse. Everyone knew that the ground in the secret realm of the universe, the Divine General list. Here, the damage caused by the full force of the Divine General list. For example, the last horse strike of the Purple Sun Divine Body could only create a hole of a few dozen meters. However, in the outside world, his strike could even destroy a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Now, the collision of the auras and wills of Chernzong and Samsara Divine Emperor could cause the ground within a few hundred meters to be torn apart. Although it was not as shocking as a direct collapse, it was still very terrifying. They did not dare to approach. Given their strength, once they entered the range of a few hundred meters, they would be directly suppressed or even killed. They could not bear it. The wheel in Samsara Divine Emperor's eyes became more and more obvious. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that this person had become stronger. Perhaps he could be his opponent. After all, Samsara Divine Emperor was unrivaled on the Divine General list. Even if the 2nd and 3rd on the Divine General list joined forces, they could not resist him. The person in front of him, Chernzong, was definitely stronger than the second on the Divine General list. He was strong enough to bring some pressure to Samsara Divine Emperor. Pressure? This was what Samsara Divine Emperor longed for. How he wished that someone at the same level could defeat him. It was a kind of loneliness that came from being at the top. Samsara Divine Emperor saw a glimmer of hope in the previous short confrontation. Of course, he did not think that Chen Zong could defeat him. He only hoped that Chen Zong could bring him enough pressure so that he could strike a few more times. That would be enough. In the end, the 4 divine flame fruits would belong to him. Even if he obtained the divine flame fruits, it would be just icing on the cake. Erupt. Samsara Divine Emperor activated the Samsara Divine Body again and stimulated an even more powerful divine power. The terrifying aura increased again, and the Samsara Divine Decree spread out, causing the void to tremble. Chen Zong felt that his sword essence was constantly being worn down by his opponent's Samsara Divine Power and Samsara Divine Decree. It seemed to be disintegrating bit by bit and falling into samsara. If this continued, it would be very unfavorable for him. Unsheath. Kill. Without hesitation, Chen Zong unleashed his strongest sword attack. The 12 Dao Heart Dao inscriptions instantly condensed into a Heart Dao seal. It was clearer than before and the power it emitted was much stronger. The third level of the sword sharpening skill. Idealism. Samsara Divine Emperor's expression changed as soon as the power of the sword was released. Strong. Compared to the first confrontation, it was much stronger. In fact, Chen Zong's development of his Heart Dao had been further improved after the training on the path of heart refinement. Both his speed and power had increased significantly. The Idealism sword was not only faster, but its power had also increased by 30% under the same consumption of power. Its power had increased from 1% to 1.3%. With the sword sharpening skill's threefold increase, its power had increased by 90%. Samsara Divine Emperor felt extremely pressured by such a significant increase. Great Samsara Hand. Samsara Divine Emperor looked solemn. He raised one hand and pushed it forward. In the center of his palm, a black and white wheel rotated and instantly enlarged, as if it had turned into a samsara passage that connected hell and the abyss. Idealism's attack was unable to hit Samsara Divine Lord. Instead, it was affected by the Major Samsara Hand and headed straight for the Major Samsara Hand. Following that, it sank into the palm of the Major Samsara Hand, as though it had fallen into the samsara passageway. However, the might of this sword was also extremely terrifying. Even when it charged into the passageway in the palm of the Great Samsara Hand, it was not directly worn down. Instead, it continued to attack, unleashing an extremely astonishing might in an attempt to break through the passageway. Samsara Divine Emperor exerted his strength to suppress it and resist it. In the end, the power of the Great Samsara Hand was still superior, successfully obliterating the power of the idealistic sword. Moreover, the power of the Great Samsara Hand was greatly consumed when it destroyed the Idealism sword. However, after it had been destroyed, it absorbed the power of the Idealism sword and recovered. It went from flourishing to flourishing, and from flourishing to flourishing. Life and death. Flourishing and flourishing. Weak and strong. These were the opposites, and they were fully displayed in the samsara. Chen Zong was extremely shocked by such a mystery. However, Chen Zong was not frightened and did not retreat. Since he had decided to fight, he would fight with all his strength. If he died in battle, he would be eliminated and lose the divine flame fruit. Chen Zong could bear such a price. Moreover, it would be a great advantage to fight with Samsara Divine Emperor, who ranked first on the Divine General list. In that case, there was no need to worry about anything. He would put his life and death aside and fight to his heart's content. Chen Zong was filled with lofty sentiments. His Tao of the heart grew even more powerful. His Tao of the heart also seemed to have solidified and become even more shocking. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with incomparably sharp cold light, like cold lightning streaking across the sky. He took a step forward and his speed was extremely fast. His body was like an illusion and he was so close to the end of the world. He directly crossed the bombardment of Samsara Divine Emperor's great Samsara hand and closed in on Samsara Divine Emperor. Heart swordsmanship. Close combat had always been Chen Zong's forte. Now that he had cast aside all his worries and ignored life and death, Chen Zong was able to display all that he had learnt to his heart's content. Strike. Fight. Samsara Divine Emperor was slightly stunned by the strike. However, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he did not retreat and waved his hand. Small Samsara hand. The power of the small Samsara hand could not be compared with that of the great Samsara hand, but it was faster and consumed less energy. It could be used continuously as a regular skill. In other words, the small Samsara hand was Samsara Divine Emperor's Great Way martial technique. The finger, palm, fist, and small Samsara hand were constantly performed. Every move had a natural feeling. It was as if the Great Way was the simplest, but it completely resisted Chen Zong's swordsmanship. None of the strikes could really hit Samsara Divine Lord. They were all blocked by his small Samsara hand. It was the first time that Chen Zong had encountered such an opponent. Extremely tyrannical strength and incomparably brilliant martial arts attainment. The combination of the two could be said to be the pinnacle of perfection and incomparably shocking. Fight. 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 Sword light flashed and intertwined in all directions, as if they were entangling Samsara Divine Emperor. Every sword light was as thin as silk, but it condensed an amazing sharpness. It was a shocking sight. The small Samsara hand was constantly used. It turned into the power of Samsara and circled around, blocking the attacks of the swordsmanship. Chen Zong could clearly feel that after the power of his heart swordsmanship was blocked by the small Samsara hand, its power was immediately disintegrated, absorbed, and then counterattacked. It felt as if he was fighting against his own heart swordsmanship. It was not a good feeling. However, no matter how uncomfortable it was, he had to bear it. Chen Zong even had a sudden idea. He had always been the one to use the heart swordsmanship on others. Now that he was bearing it, he might be inspired. It had to be said that Chen Zong was really ambitious. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he really made great progress. Immediately, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. After being blocked by the small Samsara hand, the sword light suddenly flashed. As though it had penetrated the void, it bypassed the small Samsara hand and directly slashed Samsara Emperor's body. This was the first time that Chen Zong had hit Samsara Divine Emperor's body. Samsara Divine Emperor could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. When the sword landed on Samsara Divine Emperor's body, it did split his body open and left a sword mark. However, the sword mark quickly disappeared under the Samsara Divine power. It was a transition between death and vitality. Your swordsmanship is really terrifying. Unfortunately, it can't do anything to my Samsara Divine body, Samsara Divine Emperor said with a smile. This was the terrifying aspect of the reincarnation divine being. Unless it could be broken or destroyed in one blow, some injuries could be healed naturally under the divine power of the reincarnation divine being. Chapter 2686. Second update. This is already an invincible position. What a terrifying divine body. The people who were watching the battle from afar could see the scene and hear Samsara Divine Lord's voice. They were all dumbfounded. They knew how powerful Samsara Divine Lord was, but they didn't know how powerful he was. Now they finally had a glimpse of it. In the distance, Chen Zong narrowed his eyes. He was essentially a doppelganger of Chen Zong. At such a close distance, he could clearly feel Chen Zong's state and so on. What should you do? Chen Xiu thought to himself. He kept thinking, but there was nothing he could do. The reincarnation divine body was too much of a cheat. Not only was the physique extremely strong, but it also had amazing defensive power and could better resist attacks. But that was not all. After all, the power of Chun Zong's heart swordsmanship had been further enhanced. Now it had surpassed the original level and reached the level of upper star-level unique skill. It had truly surpassed the world swordsmanship. It could injure Samsara Immortal Lord. Although the injuries caused by each strike were not serious, they could really injure him. Such injuries could accumulate. When they accumulated to a certain extent, Samsara Immortal Lord's injuries would continue to worsen and he would eventually be killed. However, the real strength of the Samsara divine body was not its physique and amazing defensive power, but its recovery ability. Although it was not an immortal body, it was similar. Under the magic of the Samsara divine power, one's life and death were interdependent. Injuries could be recovered at an amazing speed in an extremely short period of time. The strong defense and amazing recovery speed made Samsara Divine Lord invincible to a certain extent. Unless he was suppressed and broken by an absolute power, it would be difficult to destroy him. So, how should Chun Zong deal with it now? If he wanted to defeat Samsara Divine Lord, it was not enough to injure him because it was nothing to Samsara Divine Lord. Chun Zong was very clear about what Chun Xiu was worried about. His face darkened. Then, the heart sword art, which was more powerful than the world sword art and had reached the level of an upper-grade star-level unique skill, completely broke out. Without caring about the consumption of his own power, the sword light was like a storm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was extremely powerful and filled the void. If there was the first sword, there would be the second, third, and fourth sword. Samsara Divine Lord's small Samsara hand was indeed very profound, but compared to the heart swordsmanship, which had been improved, there was still a big gap. Sword strike, sword strike, sword strike. Divine Lord Samsara's body was constantly struck by the sword. However, even if there were sword scars, they would quickly heal under the circulation of Samsara divine power. There was nothing he could do. However, Chun Zong's previous outburst was not completely ineffective. Instead, it was a kind of probing. Now, it was the real killing move. This was the move that would determine victory and defeat. If he couldn't win, he would lose. There was no other way. Generally speaking, Chun Zong was not willing to use this move. However, there was no other way. At the same time, divine power broke out from Divine Lord Samsara's body. It was peerless and earth-shattering. Endless white and black auras gushed out and surrounded him. They condensed into a huge black and white wheel. It was the Samsara wheel. The divine wheel of Samsara exuded endless divine might, carrying with it an extremely terrifying power. Everywhere it passed, the void seemed to collapse. It was as if everything was being sucked into it, falling into the cycle of reincarnation, straight into the 9 serenities hell, sinking into eternal oblivion. Chun Zong only felt darkness in front of him. His body trembled unconsciously. Whether it was his divine will, mind, or soul, he felt as if he was being suppressed by the divine power and was about to fall into the samsara wheel. This feeling was extremely terrifying. It was as if once he couldn't bear it and fell into the samsara wheel, he would sink into eternal oblivion. It was 1,000 times more terrifying than being killed directly. Divine Lord Samsara looked solemn. This move was the great samsara millstone. As it rotated, it would obliterate everything and send everything into the samsara wheel. Back then, he had used this move to suppress and kill an ordinary expert of the 4th realm. It was his killing move. He couldn't block it. When the great samsara millstone appeared and enveloped him, Chun Zong knew that he couldn't block its divine power. He couldn't even dodge it, let alone block it. It was as if he couldn't escape from the samsara wheel of life and death. On the great samsara millstone, every wisp of black and white aura was filled with terrifying power. However, what was more terrifying was the gray aura intertwined in the center. That aura seemed to be filled with an astonishing stillness that could destroy everything. Neither space nor time could escape from it. The crowd watched from afar and their expressions changed drastically. They were extremely frightened. Although they weren't directly targeted, they felt the terrifying aura emitted by the great samsara millstone. It was as if their bodies and souls had fallen into the samsara wheel of life and death. Unconsciously, their vision turned black and their spiritual will was in a trance. Retreat, retreat, retreat. All of them had no choice but to retreat even further. Otherwise, that kind of feeling would be too horrifying. It was extremely horrifying and unbearable. At this point, it was impossible for Chen Zong to not use his last resort. 100 thoughts at heart. Explode. In an instant, Chen Zong's extremely vigorous mind power exploded. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, emitting an extremely shocking roar. However, this roar could only be heard by Chen Zong himself. As all the mind power exploded and the 100 thoughts at heart was displayed, Chen Zong's eyes flickered with countless flowing lights. They seemed to contain thousands of mysteries of the universe. They were deep, boundless, and indescribable. Even Chen Zong's aura changed drastically. He became more and more ethereal, as if his entire body was about to fly away with the wind. It was as if his body had lost all its weight, and he actually floated in the air like a feather or a fallen leaf. There was no pattern to it at all. His long hair seemed to be moving without wind. Every strand of his hair was dyed with a faint layer of silver and gold light. It gave off a boundless and profound feeling of mystery. All in all, Chen Zong seemed to have been reborn. He was completely different now. His aura was even more profound and indescribable. Divine Sovereign Samsara's expression changed involuntarily. Then, his eyes narrowed and turned even more rapidly and intensely. Elusive. In that instant, Chen Zong's aura became so elusive. Even when Yi Futian activated his divine eye of reincarnation to its fullest, he could only vaguely capture the other party's silhouette. He could not lock onto the other party's location. This was even more shocking than when he faced a fourth realm cultivator. Unpredictable. Sure enough, this person could become his real opponent. It was not a waste for him to come and gamble with him. Hopefully, he could bring him a bigger surprise. Otherwise, he would be directly suppressed and then obliterated by Divine Lord Samsara's ultimate move, the Great Samsara Millstone. All the power of mind exploded and burned crazily, allowing Chen Zong to enter a state of mind. In this state, Chen Zong felt as if he had become a god. Perhaps, compared to a real god, there was still an indescribable gap. After all, theoretically, a god could destroy the world and split the sky with one word. His divine power was unparalleled and unparalleled. However, in this state, Chen Zong felt that everything had changed. Everything around him became extremely clear, as if a curtain had been lifted and everything was revealed. He could see the essence of everything. In addition, he had further control over his body. Even every strand of hair could be freely manipulated and released unparalleled and shocking sword power that could pierce through everything. In such a state, everything in one's body would turn into a divine weapon with unparalleled lethality. With a thought, Chen Zong's body moved. It was not obvious, but there was an indescribable charm. The flow of the airflow, the sound of the wind, the smell, the aura, the lines in the void, and everything else were presented. Chen Zong also perceived the seemingly disorderly patterns contained in them. As the terrifying Great Reincarnation Millstone came crashing down, the void was suppressed, and even time seemed to be intimidated. However, all these changes were like the calm water in the depths of the ocean, with surging undercurrents hidden within. Celestial Samsara Lord activated his divine eye of Samsara to the maximum. He was even more shocked because Chen Zong's body seemed to be moving unconsciously in the air. He was like a fallen leaf that had no direction, but very ingeniously, he avoided the suppression of the great samsara millstone. The suppression power seemed to cover everything, but in fact it was not. It had its own mysteries. Its strength was different and it was constantly changing. Sometimes it would be strong and weak, and sometimes it would be strong and weak. Because of this, it was even more difficult to sense, deal with, and get rid of. However, Chernzong seemed to be able to sense it clearly and react quickly. He avoided the strong and strong areas and escaped to the weak and weak areas. When the weak and weak areas became strong, he quickly avoided and moved to other weak and weak areas. It was like a game of cat and mouse. This feeling was really wonderful. Chernzong wanted to continue like this, because in this feeling, Chernzong could feel that his understanding of the Great Tao was gradually improving. It was not aimed at a single Great Tao, but at the Great Tao from the universe, or the understanding of the whole Tao essence. This would lay a more solid foundation for his understanding of the mystery of the Great Tao. However, Chernzong could not do this, because this state was achieved by using the 100 mind essences. It was achieved by igniting and burning the power of the mind in an instant. With the current strength of his power of the mind, he could only hold on for 20 breaths of time. 20 breaths of time was actually very short. He had to end the battle quickly. When Chernzong avoided the great samsara millstone, he had already used up more than half of the time. There was not much time left. The third level of the sword sharpening skill, idealism, explode. In an instant, Chernzong unleashed all his strength and exerted all his strength. He directly displayed 10 swords. Each of the swords was the idealism of the third level of the sword sharpening skill. The 10 swords were not superimposed, because the power was too strong and Chernzong could not do it. However, the 10 swords directly bypassed the great samsara millstone and attacked various parts of Divine Lord Samsara's body. His head, shoulders, arms, chest, abdomen, legs, and feet. Divine Lord Samsara could not dodge at all. His powerful samsara divine body could not resist and was directly penetrated. Then, the terrifying sword chi and sword essence exploded in Divine Lord Samsara's body. The 10 swords directly released a terrifying power and blew up Divine Lord Samsara's body. Chapter 2687. Third update. Begging for more monthly votes, the roar attracted the attention of countless people. In the outside world, the battle between Chernzong and the Samsara Divine Lord had attracted the attention of most people. Even some saint-level experts had their eyes fixed on the battle. After all, the Samsara Divine Lord, whether now, in the past, or in the future, was considered one of the top geniuses of his generation. He was a demon-level genius, a monster-like existence. When he continued to tap into the potential of his samsara divine body, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the 7th realm. He even had a high chance of breaking through to the 8th realm and becoming a saint-level expert. Even if he could not break through immediately, he would still be at the top of the 7th realm. Such a person would be valued no matter where he went. Even now, he was only at the 3rd realm and had not really matured, but he was already outstanding. As for Chernzong, he was not that famous before. However, in the universe secret territory, Chernzong's reputation had greatly increased. First, he was the first and only person to successfully solve the chess game of destiny within the stipulated time. He also defeated the Black Light Marquis and was ranked 6th on the Divine General list. He had also gone the furthest on the path of cultivating the mind. Even the Samsara Divine Lord's performance in the 2 trials was not as good as Chernzong's. Of course, whether it was the Purple Sun Divine Body or the Samsara Divine Body, the strength was not in their comprehension and temperament, and Chernzong's comprehension ability and temperament were undoubtedly very astonishing. As such, he had attracted the attention of many people. Now, the battle with the Samsara Divine Lord had attracted even more attention. In the end, Chunzong unleashed a shocking move. He actually blasted out 10 extremely terrifying sword lights in a row. There was no way to dodge them, and they hit the Samsara Divine Lord's body. They broke through the Samsara Divine Lord's powerful Samsara Divine body and blew it up. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. This boy's swordsmanship is so terrifying. His swordsmanship at such a young age is unparalleled. Such swordsmanship is enough to kill some Fourth Realm experts. Such a person can even be called a Sword Dao Divine Lord. The reason why the Reincarnation Divine Lord was called the Reincarnation Divine Lord was because he had once killed a Fourth Realm expert head-on. That was why he had the honor of being called the Reincarnation Divine Lord. As for Chunzong, he could kill the Reincarnation Divine Lord head-on and destroy his Reincarnation Divine body. He definitely had the ability to kill some ordinary Fourth Realm experts head-on. Therefore, it was natural for him to be called the Lord. Calling him a Divine Lord of the Sword Dao is too much. He's only at the Third Realm. He's only at the entry level of the Sword Dao. However, a saint said, compared to him, unparalleled sword monarch, whose swordsmanship is unparalleled, might be more suitable. Within the universe secret region, everyone stared with wide eyes at the spot where Samsara Immortal Emperor's body had exploded. He had lost. The Samsara Divine Lord, who had dominated the first place of the Divine General's role for many years and had killed a Fourth Realm expert head-on, had actually lost. From now on, the number 1 spot on the Divine General's ranking would change. For a moment, everyone could not help but gasp. It was as though there was a change of dynasty. The feeling of being in a trance was indescribable. However, Chunzong furrowed his brows. The 110s of mind had already ended. His majestic mind power was almost depleted. There was only a little left. It would take a long time for him to recover completely. As for his cultivation power, it was almost depleted as well. This was because under the 110s of mind, Chunzong's control had exploded. He had performed the idealistic sword of the 10 swords in an instant. Moreover, it was the idealistic sword of the 3rd level of the sword sharpening technique. The consumption of power was massive. It had directly drained Chunzong of his vigorous power. It could be said that Chunzong was almost at the end of his rope. Any expert on the Divine General's role who was not weak would be able to kill Chunzong. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. The Celestial Demon Sword Classic and the 33 Heavens of Mind continued to circulate. His cultivation power and mind power were constantly recovering. Although he had seen Samsara Divine Emperor get hit by the sword and his body explode from the 10-sword chi, Chunzong did not feel any sense of victory. It was very strange. In front of them, at the spot where Samsara Divine Lord's body had exploded, wisps of a strange aura filled the air. The aura was gray and wisps of it appeared. Then, they split into 2 colors, black and white, and spread out. As they rotated, they formed a wheel. Once the wheel was formed, it rotated continuously like a samsara millstone. It gradually expanded to a size of a few meters. In the center was a dark and deep passageway, which seemed to lead to the 9 serenities hell. It seemed as though one's soul would be sucked into it and fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Chunzong did not have much power left. Even if he wanted to recover, it would take a long time. Therefore, he felt as though his spiritual soul was swaying. In an instant, the silhouette of a figure appeared, causing Chunzong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. What is that? A person! Seeing this scene, all of them immediately cried out in surprise, extremely shocked. It's Samsara Divine Emperor. He's not dead. How could he not be dead? They had seen with their own eyes that Samsara Divine Emperor was hit by Chunzong's terrifying sword move and his body exploded. How could this be? Chunzong was also extremely shocked and puzzled. Samsara Divine Emperor stepped out from the Nine Serenities Hell and appeared in front of Chunzong again. In everyone's eyes, his face was as pale as snow and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. However, there was an indescribable smile on his face. It was a carefree smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha! Samsara Divine Emperor could not hold back his excitement and laughed out loud. It was rare for someone like him to lose his composure like this. As Samsara Divine Lord laughed, the chi of the universe gathered from all directions, as if it had taken the initiative to swarm into Samsara Divine Lord's body. As a result, Samsara Divine Lord's aura continued to strengthen. His pale face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a ruddy complexion. Recovery! Samsara Divine Emperor's power was recovering at an astonishing speed. Chunzong estimated that Samsara Divine Emperor's recovery speed was 10 times faster than his. How terrifying! Your sword is really powerful. After laughing, Samsara Divine Emperor stared at Chunzong with his black and white eyes, exerting an unprecedented pressure. An ordinary fourth realm expert cannot block your sword. He was telling the truth. An ordinary fourth realm expert was no match for Samsara Divine Emperor. However, he was defeated by Chunzong's sword. An ordinary fourth realm expert naturally could not block Chunzong's sword. This time I have to thank you, Samsara Divine Emperor said again. It was your sword that allowed me to comprehend the cycle of life and death at the last moment and master the Samsara life substitution technique. Although I have to thank you and acknowledge your swordsmanship, you have lost this battle. Samsara of life and death. Samsara life substitution technique. Although Samsara Divine Emperor did not say it clearly, he could make some judgments from the words. It was related to the cycle of life and death. It was an indescribably profound mystery. Furthermore, Samsara Divine Emperor had successfully comprehended it under the pressure of his sword power and broke through to master it. He had to admit that it was really interesting. In the past, he was the one who broke through under pressure. Now, it was the other way around. As Samsara Divine Emperor had said, Chunzong had indeed lost this battle. Although Chunzong had killed Samsara Divine Emperor had comprehended the so-called Samsara life substitution technique and was truly killed. Furthermore, his recovery speed was more than 10 times that of Chunzong's. Chunzong knew that he was no match for Samsara Divine Emperor. You won. Chunzong was not an unreasonable person. A loss was a loss and a win was a win. It was that simple and straightforward. Moreover, in this battle, Chunzong had witnessed Samsara Divine Emperor's amazing means and the miraculous Samsara way. It was also an indescribable training for him. With a wave of his hand, 4 divine flame fruits immediately flew out and landed in Samsara Divine Emperor's hands. Samsara Divine Emperor took all 8 divine flame fruits without hesitation. However, although Chunzong had lost this time, he did not really admit defeat. It was just a victory, and he still had a chance to defeat Samsara Divine Emperor. If you want to challenge me again, break through to Realm 4 as soon as possible. Samsara Divine Emperor laughed heartily with the 8 divine flame fruit. He did not attack Chunzong. Instead, he turned around and left. In this battle, Samsara Divine Emperor had made a breakthrough at the critical moment and mastered the Samsara life substitution technique. Not only that, but he had also made further progress in developing the Samsara Divine Body due to his initial understanding of the true Samsara of life and death. His Samsara way had also reached the peak of Realm 3. As a result, Samsara Divine Emperor's strength was actually much stronger than before. Seeing that Samsara Divine Emperor had left, Chunzong did not say anything. He just focused on using his cultivation skill to recover his strength. Recover. 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 As for Chunxiu, he appeared beside Chunzong and stared at Samsara Divine Emperor's back as he left. Strong. Samsara Divine Emperor was abnormally strong. His strength was enough to make countless peers feel powerless from the bottom of their hearts. However, neither Chen Zong nor Chen Xiu was depressed. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was stimulated. In a short period of time, Chen Zong had recovered some of his strength. With such strength, he was able to kill experts below the top 100 on the Divine Generals list. Even if he faced experts in the top 100 on the Divine Generals list, as long as they were not in the top 10, he would be able to protect himself. Moreover, Chen Zong's strength was still recovering. The people in the distance looked at Chen Zong and finally gave up on the idea of attacking him. Firstly, the aura that Chen Zong had released during the battle with Samsara Divine Emperor was too terrifying. It was not easy to provoke him. No one knew how much strength Chen Zong had left. Secondly, Chen Zong had handed over all his divine flame fruits, and they were taken away by Samsara Divine Emperor. Therefore, why would they take the risk of attacking Chen Zong? There was no need for that because they might be killed by Chen Zong if they attacked him. The loss outweighed the gain. Immediately they turned and left. "I'm leaving." Chen Xiu also turned and left. After all, even if he stayed, he would not be able to provide any help to Chen Zong. Even if Chen Zong's strength had not fully recovered, Chen Xiu's strength was not something he could compare with. Chapter 2688. Eruption on the last day of the month. One by one, the divine fire fruits were discovered. In the third stage, there were not many purple divine fire fruits, only 36 of them. Next, Chen Zong kept looking for divine fire fruit. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and did not find any. Instead, he found many other treasures. As for Chen Zong, he also had the idea of attacking other people who had obtained the divine flame fruit. Unfortunately, the time was too short. After all, many divine fire fruits were discovered during the battle between him and Samsara Divine Lord. Therefore, when Chen Zong fully recovered and started searching again and was about to obtain a purple divine fire fruit, the 36th divine fire fruit was also discovered and obtained. Chen Zong could only helplessly smile bitterly. From having 4 divine fire fruits to the end, he did not obtain a single one. According to what was said before entering, if he obtained a divine fire fruit and turned it in, he would have a chance to enter the sacred land to cultivate. Now it seemed impossible. Chen Zong felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Chen Zong did not feel depressed because of this. He did not fall into a dilemma because there was no need for that. At least he had gained a lot in the universe secret realm this time. First of all, the treasures that were useful for the 4th, 5th, and 6th realms were still very valuable. Secondly, he had solved the destiny chess game and accumulated more experience in swordsmanship. His swordsmanship foundation was more solid and reached a very shocking level. It allowed his world sword technique and heart sword technique to be upgraded to middle grade and superior grade star level respectively. There was also the additional reward of being the first to solve the destiny chess game. It allowed his understanding of the Tao of Heart to reach a higher level, surpassing the world Tao. He mastered the idealistic sword, which was extremely powerful. Thirdly, although he did not receive any additional rewards from the path of heart refinement, his heart became firmer and his Tao of Heart became more refined. The first benefit was external strength. It was better to have it, but it was acceptable to not have it. The second 2 benefits were the greatest because they belonged to him. It was over. The universe secret realm this time was over. Suddenly, many figures were covered by the power of the universe's willpower and soared into the sky. They turned into rays of light and rushed out of the universe secret region, returning to where they came from. Chen Xiu had returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Before he left, Chen Zong had handed over some of the treasures to Chen Xiu so that he could bring them back to Yunyanxin and Yuwuxia to help them improve their cultivation. Chen Zong returned to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang. What a pity! Seeing that Chen Zong had returned, the Wind Breeze House master sighed regretfully. The others also had regretful expressions. The divine flame fruit. Even if he could only obtain one divine flame fruit, he would still have a chance to fight for it and enter the holy grounds to cultivate. Now that he did not have the divine flame fruit, his chances were even slimmer. You don't have to be discouraged. After all, you displayed extraordinary talent in the universe's secret territory, and your talent in the way of the sword is even more shocking. Perhaps some great being has taken a liking to you and wants to take you in as a disciple and train you well. The Master of Trade Wind smiled and comforted Chen Zong. Such a situation was not impossible. Of course, the possibility was very low. After all, those saint-level great beings were all extremely powerful and ancient. To them, taking in another disciple was nothing. However, they might not be willing to do so because it would mean that they would have to bear an additional responsibility. After all, they could not just ignore everything after taking in a disciple. If that was the case, they might as well not take him in. Of course, if the disciple's talent was so great that they were very tempted, they would still be tempted and take action. Now, it was time to see if any sword saint would take a liking to Chen Zong's amazing talent in the way of the sword and take him in as a disciple. Even if they did not take him in as a disciple, they would still have to train him. Everything depended on Chen Zong's luck. The outer layer, middle layer, and inner layer of the universe's secret territory disappeared one after another. The masters and great beings inside also left one after another and returned to their respective places. Then, the huge universe's secret territory gradually rose and gradually became blurry. Finally, it disappeared from everyone's sight. The mighty wind of the universe was also constantly blowing, gradually drifting away as if it had entered the endless universe, completely disappearing. He felt that everything was like a dream, and it was hard to believe. However, it was real. That was because those who were eliminated in the first stage did not gain much. Those who were eliminated in the second and third stage, as well as those who persevered until the end, all more or less gained something. Of course, the amount of gains could not be compared, but at least it was not bad. After all, the treasures obtained from inside were at least of the fourth realm. Their value was not low to begin with. If they obtained the fifth or sixth realm treasures, their value would be even more shocking. Especially the sixth realm treasures, their value was much higher than the fifth realm treasures. Although Chen Zong did not obtain any more divine fire fruits in the end, there were many other treasures in the Nine Heavens ring that were of shocking value. On the Divine Generals list, Chen Zong was ranked 6th, replacing the Black Light Marquis ranking. The Black Light Marquis also saw the battle between Chen Zong and Samsara Divine Lord outside. He deeply knew that Chen Zong was very powerful and was not someone he could fight against. Even if he was dissatisfied and unhappy, it was useless. If that's the case, I'll break through to the fourth realm first. When the time comes, I'll repay you, the Black Light Marquis thought to himself. His strength was actually at the critical point of the third realm. The possibility of him going further was very small. Originally, he had planned to wait a little longer and see if he could go further. Even if it was just a little improvement, it would be equivalent to breaking through the limit. If he could increase the upper limit by a little, it would still be beneficial for him after the breakthrough. To the Black Light Marquis, the appearance of the universe secret grounds was a great opportunity. He could not wait to enter it and obtain the God Fire fruit so that he could enter the Holy Land to cultivate. It would be best if he could be accepted as a disciple of a saint. The Black Light Marquis was an independent cultivator. Although he had a great opportunity to forge the acquired Black Light Sacred Body, he was still an independent cultivator. He did not want to join any force casually, even if it was a sacred land. Once he joined, he would not have a high status. However, if he could be accepted as a disciple by a saint, his status would be completely different. However, most of the saints wouldn't show up. If it weren't for the appearance of the universe secret region this time, the saints would either be in deep sleep or doing other things. No one would care about the godly general ranking. So what if one was outstanding on the divine generals list? It was still unknown whether one could enter the saint realm in the end. The possibility was very low. If one did not enter the saint realm, they would not be able to enter the sacred land. As for the disciples of the saints, many of them were actually disciples of the sacred land. Their performance was very outstanding, and in the end, they were fortunate enough to be valued by the saints due to various reasons. Being close to the sacred land naturally gave them more advantages than those outside the sacred land. However, it was a pity that they did not get a single divine flame fruit. The hope of being accepted as a disciple by a saint was slim. However, seeing that Chen Zong did not get a single divine flame fruit in the end, the Black Light Marquis felt unusually happy. An indescribable sense of satisfaction rose from the bottom of his heart. Time passed slowly. Those who had obtained the divine flame fruit had finally turned it in, and they had basically obtained the opportunity to enter the sacred land. As for whether they could be accepted as a disciple by a saint, that was hard to say. Many people were speculating whether Chen Zong would be accepted as a disciple by a saint due to his outstanding performance. However, there was no news for a long time. On the other hand, the Black Light Marquis was very lucky. He was actually accepted as a disciple by the Xianming saint. This was an unexpected surprise. The Black Light Marquis was ecstatic, and many people were envious and secretly jealous. Immediately, another major event happened. The name of the first on the Divine Generals list, Samsara Immortal Lord, disappeared. This was because he had broken through. Samsara Immortal Lord had broken through from the third realm to the fourth realm. His strength had far surpassed the third realm, and even the average fourth realm. According to his talent, it might not take many years for him to be listed on the Divine Generals list and shock the world once again. Samsara Immortal Lord's breakthrough left the first place empty. It was naturally replaced by the original second place. However, this second place was actually not the original second place. It was the Purple Sun Immortal Lord, Emoma. Emoma had the innate divine body, the Purple Sun Immortal body. He was extremely talented and powerful. After the trip to the universe secret territory, he had further developed his Purple Sun Immortal body. His strength had become even more powerful. He had challenged the original second place and succeeded in taking his place. Now, the Purple Sun Immortal Lord was ranked first on the Divine Generals list. The reason why he was not called the Purple Sun Immortal Lord was because he did not have the combat power of a fourth realm. Perhaps he did, but he had not had the opportunity to show it yet. Ever since he returned from the universe secret territory, Chen Zong had gone into seclusion. This was because Chen Zong had gained a lot in the universe secret territory. In the universe secret territory, although he had the help of the Heart Sutra, he spent more of his time fighting and searching for treasures and divine fire fruit. Now that he had returned, he truly had the time to comprehend what he had gained. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. Chen Zong came out of seclusion. After 3 years of seclusion, Chen Zong was naturally still at the third realm, the divine image convergence level. However, his aura had been completely restrained. There was a shocking calmness to it, like an unfathomable abyss. He had become stronger. Compared to 3 years ago, although Chen Zong was still at the divine image convergence level, his strength had indeed become more powerful. The power of qi cultivation and body cultivation had truly merged into one. His power had become much stronger. His heart Tao had also advanced a little. Similarly, his sword Tao had also advanced a little. Even his world Tao was the same. Challenge. The first thing Chen Zong did after coming out of seclusion was to issue a challenge to the Divine General Ranking List. He pointed his sword at the number 1 Divine General Ranking List, Ziyang Shenhou. Come, this time, you will definitely lose. Ziyang Shenhou Imoma was full of confidence. His current strength was much stronger than 3 years ago. The development of his purple sun godly body had also improved. Fight. Fierce battle. After seeing Ziyang Shenhou's shocking strength, Chen Zong couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of an innate godly body. If given a chance to train properly, their strength would increase at a shocking speed, far surpassing other cultivators. Explode. Third-level sword sharpening technique. Idealistic sword. Ziyang Shenhou's strength had increased tremendously. Chen Zong's increase in strength, with the help of his high comprehension and the Heart Sutra, was not much different. Defeat. Victory. From then on, the number 1 Divine General Ranking List was no longer Ziyang Shenhou, but Unparalleled Sword Monarch. Chapter 2689. A new volume, a new journey, the second update is available. The impact of the universe's secret realm was huge. Some people were recruited by the sacred grounds. No matter what happened after entering the sacred grounds, it was like reaching the heavens in a single bound in the eyes of others. However, some of the people who obtained the divine fire fruit were originally disciples of the sacred grounds. Many people were observing the movements of the current number 1 on the Divine General Leaderboard, Unparalleled Sword Gentleman Chen Zong. Unfortunately, there was no news about him. After all, if he was recruited by the sacred grounds, the news would often spread and be known by others. Now that there was no news, it meant that Unparalleled Sword Gentleman was not recruited by any sacred grounds and was not chosen by any saint. Many people seemed to have found a balance because of this and felt much better. Even in the trade wind brothel, there were rumors gradually spreading. Anyway, they were not saying anything good about Chen Zong. Only a mediocre person would not be envied. Even if Chen Zong heard those rumors, he did not care at all. He focused on cultivating and improving. Chen Zong also felt the benefits of being number 1 on the Divine General Leaderboard. The stronger the will of the universe's favor, the more than double the benefits of being number 6. Therefore, his Tao of Heart, World Tao, and Sword Tao were all slowly improving. Gradually, he was closer to condensing a true Tao seal. Once he condensed a true Tao seal, it meant that Chen Zong could officially break through to the 4th realm. In fact, Chen Zong could already break through on the Tao of Heart because his comprehension of the Tao of Heart had reached the limit of his current level. It was the true limit and there was no way to improve it. However, other than the Tao of Heart, Chen Zong also mastered the World Tao and Sword Tao. Chen Zong planned to break through to the 4th realm with 3 great Taos at the same time. That would be even more beneficial and have a greater impact on his future cultivation. Of course, it was naturally more difficult to break through with 3 great Taos at the same time. Either do not do it or do it to the best of your ability. This had always been Chen Zong's principle. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Those in the top 10 of the Divine General's leaderboard had also achieved breakthroughs. They had advanced from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. Only Chen Zong was still in the 3rd realm. In these 10 years, Ziyang deity had challenged Chen Zong twice. During the first battle, Ziyang deity's godly qi was monstrous and his strength was terrifying. Chen Zong felt immense pressure and was almost defeated by Ziyang deity. At the critical moment, Chen Zong had used his 100 mental states of heart to turn the tables. This made Chen Zong sigh again. The innate divine body was really a cheat. After 10 years, the upper limit of his strength did not increase by much. After all, he had been comprehending in an all-round way, improving the deficiencies of the sword doctrine and the world Tao to the same level as the Tao of the heart. This was to make up for the shortcomings, not to increase the upper limit. However, Ziyang was different. As his purple sun divine body continued to develop, he became more powerful and terrifying. If Chunzong did not have his trump card, Ziyang would have been defeated. However, in the second battle, Chunzong was defeated. Even though he had used the 100 intents of the heart to injure Ziyang Divine Marquis, he hadn't been able to kill him. At the most crucial moment, Ziyang Divine Marquis had released the full power of his purple sun body. In that battle, Chunzong had lost by a very small margin. He was ranked second on the Divine General Leaderboard, and Ziyang had changed his name to Ziyang Divine Lord. Now that Ziyang had broken through, Chunzong had automatically risen to the first place on the Divine General Leaderboard. However, the first place on the Divine General Leaderboard did not seem to be very valuable. After all, he had been defeated by someone. Then, because that person had broken through to the fourth realm, he had left the Divine General Leaderboard. Especially when compared to Samsara Divine Lord, who had been ranked first on the Divine General Leaderboard for many years, there was a huge gap. Not long ago, another incident had happened. Black Light Marquis had challenged Chunzong. In that battle, Chunzong had lost by a small margin and had fallen to the second place on the Divine General Leaderboard. Then, Black Light Marquis had broken through, and Chunzong had risen to the first place on the Divine General Leaderboard. Unknowingly, more and more people were slandering Chunzong. Gradually, this slander seemed to have formed a storm that swept across Wanyuan Island. Even in the Trade Wind restaurant, there were many such voices. When Chunzong appeared, there was no longer any respect in their eyes. Instead, there was a strange look in their eyes, with many doubts. Some people even thought that Chunzong's potential had stopped there. Even if he had broken through to the fourth realm, he could only fade into the crowd. After all, in the vast universe since ancient times, such examples were not rare. Of course, they did not dare to fight with Chunzong. This was because in the third realm, other than Samsara Divine Lord, Ziyang Divine Lord, and Black Light Marquis, who had broken through to the fourth realm, even the new second place on the Divine General Leaderboard was no match for Chunzong. In fact, to put it bluntly, they were jealous. They felt jealous, which was why they had such feelings and said such things. However, Chunzong did not care. No matter what others said, his heart could not be shaken. Chunzong did not feel ashamed that he had been defeated by Samsara Divine Lord, Ziyang Divine Lord, and Black Light Marquis. Human life was so long that it was normal to encounter all kinds of setbacks and hardship. No one could always go smoothly, and no one could always win. He had never lost. He had not lost yet because he had not met a strong enough opponent. Chunzong had met one, but even if he was defeated, Chunzong was not affected at all. He did not feel depressed or discouraged. Instead, he was shocked by the strength of the other party and tried to catch up. If he could not defeat the other party in the third realm, then he would catch up with the other party in the fourth realm. If he could not defeat the other party in the fourth realm, then he would catch up with the other party in the fifth realm. He believed that with his ability and hard work, he would definitely be able to catch up and then surpass the other party. Only after 1,000 trials and tribulations could one show the true colors of a hero. Those true experts, such as those in the sixth and seventh realms, would not underestimate Chunzong. For someone who did not have an innate divine body or an innate divine body to be able to reach this stage was undoubtedly very shocking. It also proved his extraordinary ability and talent. As long as one could obtain time and opportunity, one could soar to the sky. Right now, he was just hibernating like a dragon hiding in the abyss. To be able to withstand the ups and downs and withstand the slander of everyone, this child's temperament is indeed extraordinary. He is also quite talented in the Tao of the heart. Since that is the case, I will give you a chance. What harm is there in that? In the Xin Feng Tower, Another pair of illusory eyes were staring at Chen Zong. Since 10 years ago, this pair of eyes had been here, observing Chen Zong's every move. However, no one noticed. Even the Lord of the Xin Feng Tower, who was an Emperor-level expert, did not notice at all. It was as if the pair of eyes did not exist here, but in a deeper layer of space in the universe. It could not be detected at all. When the voice of the owner of the pair of eyes fell, a ray of flowing light also shot out. Chen Zong, who was meditating in the tower, was shocked. He did not know when, but a ray of light had appeared in front of him. The ray of light was illusory and had no aura, but it floated in front of him and was so clear. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. After careful observation, he did not feel the slightest threat or danger. When his divine consciousness came into contact with it, in an instant, the ray of light dissipated and directly drilled into the space between Chen Zong's eyebrows. As if he had been immobilized, Chen Zong was stunned. He did not move and his eyes were dim. After a long time, a trace of disbelief and surprise appeared in Chen Zong's eyes. What was that? What was this? It was unexpected. It was completely out of his expectations. Before entering the universe's secret territory, Chen Zong had learned that if he obtained the divine flame fruit and turned it in, he would have the opportunity to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. The Holy Land. Although the Trade Wind Tower was an Emperor-level force and was very strong, in fact, in the vast universe, there were many Emperor-level forces that were stronger than the Trade Wind Tower. For example, the Trade Wind Tower only had one Emperor-level expert, the Master of the Trade Wind Tower. However, in some extremely powerful Emperor-level forces, there were 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 Emperor-level experts. Furthermore, the Trade Wind Tower Master was not one of the top Emperor-level powers. As for the Holy Land, it was on a completely different level from the Emperor-level powers. There were many Emperor-level powers, and there were even stronger Saint-level powers in charge. How shocking was that? On the path of cultivation, every realm was a different level. Saint-level powerhouses were the strongest powerhouses who stood at the peak of the universe. The gap between Emperor-level and Saint-level was countless times greater than the gap between Emperor-level and Emperor-level. Entering the Holy Land to cultivate was the dream of every cultivator. However, the Holy Land was not a place that could be entered just because one wanted to. It could be said that the Holy Land was like a country of its own. It rarely recruited disciples, and those who were recruited were mostly very outstanding. So where did the disciples of the Holy Land come from? Naturally, they had their own reasons. Unfortunately, in the end, there was not even a single divine flame fruit left. Chen Zong also lost the opportunity to enter the Holy Land. The Trade Wind Tower Master fought for it? Of course, he was willing to fight for it. After all, Chen Zong was a member of the Trade Wind Tower. If he could enter the Holy Land to cultivate, it would definitely be a good thing. However, the problem was that if he did not have the divine flame fruit, would the saints even care about him? In the eyes of the saints, the Trade Wind Tower Master was just an Emperor-level power. That was all. It was impossible to say that he was not disappointed that he could not enter the Holy Land to cultivate. Fortunately, Chen Zong's temperament was extraordinary. He did not feel dejected or depressed because of this setback. He continued to cultivate and did his best to work hard. He believed that with his own abilities, as long as he was alive, he could continuously improve and become one of the strongest in the universe. Now, 13 years had passed since the end of the universe's secret territory. The storm had gradually calmed down. Although it was inevitable that there would be some rumors, it did not affect Chen Zong much. However, there was a sudden change today. An opportunity to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. It was even a great opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by a saint. Then, after I have made some arrangements, we will set off for the Holy Land, Chen Zong replied. Chapter 2690. Third update, just in time for 7 days. Looking for another wave of monthly vote. A figure stood within the divine general ranking. His body was surrounded by strands of airflow that revolved around him. The airflow was extremely powerful and vaguely gave off the feeling of a surging ocean. A powerful aura spread out. He was Marquis Tianlan, ranked second on the divine general ranking. The opening of the universe secret area had a huge impact. At least in the next 10 years, many people on the God General list had obvious improvements. They all reached their limits and then broke through. Those who succeeded in breaking through naturally stepped into the fourth realm and left the divine general ranking. Almost 90% of the top 100 on the divine general ranking had been changed because they had broken through to the fourth realm. Naturally, those who were ranked lower had moved up. Marquis Tianlan was originally ranked outside the top 100 on the divine general ranking. However, after the trip to the universal secret territory, he had gained a lot and his strength had greatly improved. Coupled with the breakthroughs of the top 100 experts and his several challenges, he finally obtained the second place on the divine general ranking. This was a ranking he had never dared to imagine before. He had done it. Now, he was not satisfied, especially after learning some information. He wanted to go further. Challenge. He wanted to challenge the first on the divine general ranking, unparalleled sword gentleman Chen Zong. If he succeeded, he would not only become the top expert on the divine general ranking, but also change his title from Marquis Tianlan to Lord Tianlan or Divine Lord Tianlan. Divine Lord Tianlan sounded much more brilliant than Marquis Tianlan. More and more consciousnesses appeared in the divine general's ranking. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of them. Because this was a battle between the second and first on the divine general's ranking. According to their estimations, it should be very intense and exciting. However, after waiting for a long time, the first on the divine general ranking, unparalleled sword gentleman, did not appear. What's going on? Is he afraid? Does he not dare to come? It's impossible that he doesn't dare to come, unless he wants to admit defeat. However, he might be deliberately stalling for time. Unparalleled sword gentleman probably doesn't live up to his name. First, he was defeated by Samsara Divine Lord, then by Ziyang Divine Lord, and now by Blacklight Marquis. Fortunately, those geniuses who were recruited by the Holy Lands did not challenge him. Otherwise, who knows how many more times he would have been defeated. The innate godly body is too strong. I have nothing to say about it. That Blacklight Marquis was easily defeated by Chen Zong in the universe secret territory. Who would have thought that after being taken in by a saint, he would improve so much and even defeat Chen Zong? How enviable! It's a pity that Chen Zong didn't catch the saint's eye despite his extraordinary swordsmanship. If he wasn't chosen by a saint, then it must be because his potential isn't enough to catch the eye of a saint. This kind of person will only be in the limelight for a while. Amidst the various conversations, a figure appeared on the divine general's ranking. Seeing that figure appear, all the chatter and discussion quieted down. Unparalleled Sword King Chen Zong. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Marquis Tianlan's eyes burst with light. His tyrannical aura swept out like a raging tide, becoming more and more shocking and powerful. It actually released an astonishing momentum that swept out in all directions and filled the four corners of the world. Immediately, the people around him felt an astonishing pressure from the momentum. It was extremely oppressive, strong. One had to admit that Marquis Tianlan's strength was still very strong. In the face of Marquis Tianlan's aggressive words, Chen Zong only smiled slightly, as if he didn't care at all. This attitude immediately made Marquis Tianlan frown. He was secretly angry. What does this mean? Is he looking down on me? He attacked out of anger and slammed his palm across the sky. In an instant, An extremely powerful force pushed forward with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Its might was overbearing and powerful to the extreme. It covered the sky and covered the earth, directly enveloping everything. Pressure, an astonishing pressure, also spread out, causing everyone to feel even more oppressed. Indeed, being ranked second on the Divine General list was not a fluke, but a genuine strength. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong frowned slightly. When the crowd saw this, they thought that Chen Zong was feeling dignified. Little did they know that Chen Zong was surprised. How dare he challenge me with such strength? Of course, it was not to say that he wasn't strong. He was indeed very strong, but compared to my previous opponents, such as Samsara Divine Lord and Ziyang Divine Lord, the gap was still very obvious. Even Marquis Blacklight, who was accepted as a disciple by Saint Xianming, was stronger than him. Speaking of which, the Blacklight Marquis should not be a match for him. However, he did not expect that after the Blacklight Marquis had been accepted as a disciple by the Xianming Saint, after more than 10 years of bitter cultivation, the Blacklight Marquis's strength had improved so much that it was beyond his imagination. Indeed, the effect of being accepted as a disciple by a saint was very good. Of course, Marquis Blacklight's talent was also very good. Otherwise, he would not have improved so much. Although his divine body was an acquired divine body, its potential was still very amazing. Right now, Marquis Tianlan had an innate heavenly king body. Although he was also very strong, compared to my previous opponents, he was really weak. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's mind wandered. Just as Marquis Tianlan's mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning palm strike was about to hit him, Chen Zong also seemed to come back to his senses. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword unhurriedly. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword light gushed out. Idealism. Chen Zong did not intend to fight with Marquis Tianlan because his opponent's strength was not strong enough for him. In addition, Chen Zong had already reached the peak and was planning to break through to the fourth realm. He did not intend to waste time. A sword pierced through the air. The sword light was faintly discernible, but it condensed an unparalleled sharpness. In an instant, it broke through the air and directly tore through Marquis Tianlan's mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning palm strike. There was no way to dodge it. It was too fast. The speed of the sword was completely impossible to dodge, and there was no time to defend. Piercing. Marquis Tianlan's forehead was directly pierced through, and his face was full of confusion. How could this be? Shouldn't he first have an intense battle, then burst out with an extremely powerful force to suppress his opponent before defeating him and successfully taking first place on the Divine General's leaderboard? How could this be? One sword strike. It was just one sword strike, but Marquis Tianlan, who was ranked second on the Divine General's leaderboard, could not block it. Moreover, he was defeated when he took the initiative to attack. Exclamations continued, and everyone was shocked. Marquis Tianlan's figure also disappeared. He had lost. Then, Chen Zong also left. He had won. The consciousness of the crowd could not calm down for a long time. They were still mocking Chen Zong before, but who would have thought that Chen Zong had such terrifying strength? It was really terrifying. His potential will definitely stop here. Once he reaches the fourth realm, he will be nothing, someone said with a cold snort. However, no one could tell what the truth was. This was because Chen Zong had not reached the fourth realm yet. Even after reaching the fourth realm, there would be a period of silence. Look at that Samsara Immortal Lord. He was a fourth realm expert now, but he was still a nobody in the fourth realm. The waters of the fourth realm were deeper than those of the third realm. After leaving the Divine General's leaderboard, Chen Zong withdrew his essence, qi, and spirit and began to prepare. His cultivation and techniques had now been raised to the extreme. His sword Tao, Tao of the heart, and Tao of the world had also been comprehended to the extreme, to the point where there was no more room for improvement. The 12 divine glyphs of the Great Path were all extremely condensed and connected with each other. They were about to completely condense into a Tao seal. Everything had reached the extreme, and everything was ready. It was time to break through. In the Trustwind brothel, Chen Zong began to break through. Chen Zong's breakthrough was no small matter. He was immediately sent to a secret place in the Trustwind brothel. It was safer and more reliable to break through here, and it was also better because there were formations and other things to increase his strength. There was still a group of experts outside. Don't worry and break through. This was the master of the Trustwind brothel's original words. If not for the fact that the Trustwind brothel master did not cultivate Sword Tao, he would have taken Chen Zong as his last disciple. It was a pity that he, who did not cultivate Sword Tao, could not give Chen Zong any pointers in other great paths. Taking Chen Zong as his disciple would only delay his progress. In the secret place, the formation was activated. Endless qi of the universe was immediately absorbed and gathered in the formation. It surrounded Chen Zong in all directions and became increasingly dense. Gradually, from nothing, it condensed into wisps of mist and spread out. The mist was formed by the qi of the universe. The originally thin mist quickly became thicker and thicker. Then, it began to be stained with traces of moisture. That was because the mist had become so dense that it was about to liquefy. The mist was formed by the condensation of the qi of the universe. Once it liquefied, it would be even more amazing. Feeling the increasingly dense and pure qi of the universe around him, Chen Zong was secretly shocked. At the same time, he was also very grateful. If he had broken through in the outside world, it would have been difficult for him to find such a good environment. Of course, ordinary geniuses would not have such treatment because this secret place was the first secret place of the Trustwind brothel. Usually, it was used by experts of the 5th and 6th realms. Chen Zong could use it because of his outstanding talent. Of course, it was also because the Trustwind brothel master valued him. The huge and mysterious formation was operating continuously. Countless yuan qi of the universe was being drawn over, covering an area of 1,000 miles in radius. It was extremely shocking. Such a vast and mighty momentum also shocked everyone in the Trade Wind restaurant. Those who didn't know what was going on were guessing endlessly, but they didn't know what was going on. The Trustwind brothel master was also paying attention. He was looking forward to seeing how big the commotion would be when Chen Zong, who was ranked first on the Divine General list, broke through to the 4th realm. He also wanted to see how big the improvement would be after breaking through to the 4th realm. The 4th realm was a general term. Of course, there were also different levels. Entry, small success, large success, complete, and Divine Lord list experts were not that simple. However, most people who broke through to the 4th realm were close to entry. They would need to spend at least a few years or even more to consolidate and adapt before they could directly reach the entry level. However, once experts on the Divine General list broke through, they would only need a few months to reach the entry level. The higher their ranking on the Divine General list, the greater the improvement after the breakthrough. They could even reach the small success in a short time. This would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The breakthrough to the 4th realm was even more difficult than the 3rd realm. From entry level to small success, it was very difficult under normal circumstances to spend at least a few decades. It might even take a few hundred years. As for going from small success to large success, it was even more difficult. Chapter 2691. In the first secret area of the Trade Wind sect, the Great Formation was fully activated. It rotated at full speed, and all the yuan qi of the universe within 1,000 miles was sucked in and poured into it. It was like a surging fog, and gradually became moist. In the end, it turned into water vapor and gathered like streams of flowing water. Chernzong was at the center of the formation. His whole body was wrapped in it, as if he was in water. Rumble! Thunderous roars rang out one after another. They seemed to be right next to one's ears, yet they also seemed to be coming from a faraway place. Countless thunderbolts gathered in the sky like the roars of 10,000 dragons. They covered an area of 100 miles and continued to spread out at an astonishing speed. 200 li, 300 li, 400 li, 1,000 li, 2,000 li, 3,000 li, 10,000 li, 20,000 li, 30,000 li. It continued to expand until it reached 90,000 miles before slowing down. However, it did not stop and continued to expand. It was just that it was not as fast as before. 91,000 li, 92,000 li, 93,000 li, 99,000 li. The speed of expansion slowed down further. However, it did not stop and continued to expand. The might of the lightning was extremely shocking. The aura it emitted was incomparably powerful and terrifying. What an astonishing cosmos godly might! The drawing of divine might is so vast. It has already exceeded 90,000 li, and it still hasn't stopped. Back then, when this old man broke through to the 4th level, the godly might of the universe was only a few thousand miles. A level 6 martial emperor immediately sighed with emotion. He wondered how he had cultivated back then. Several thousand li. More than 90,000 li. It wasn't even a fraction of what the others had. It was simply an immeasurable gap. However, when one broke through to the 4th realm, it was already very impressive to be able to summon the power of the universe within a few thousand miles. This was because most cultivators could only summon the power of the universe within a few hundred miles when they broke through to the 4th realm. It was even less than 1,000 miles. That was a normal situation. Only warriors on the Divine General's ranking list could trigger the godly aura of the universe within a few thousand miles. As for Wanli, his ranking on the Divine General's ranking was quite high. 99,100 li. 99,200 li. Finally, it stopped at 99,999 miles. 999999. Extreme number. As expected. Rumor has it that the number 1 on the Divine General ranking list is favored by the will of the universe. When he breaks through to the 4th level, the power of the universe will reach the limit of the way of heaven. The extreme number of the heavenly Tao was the extreme number of 9. Now, it was 99,999 miles. It was the limit of the heavenly Tao. When breaking through, the greater the godly might of the cosmos would be, the greater the benefits would be. This was a truth that had been proven countless times. Good, good, good. House Master Wordwind laughed loudly. A true dragon from the Trade Wind Tower. The other cultivators felt the same way. Chernzong was so outstanding that he was a true dragon. When he grew up in the future, he would be able to run amok in the universe and display his might. Their Trade Wind Tower would also share in his glory. The divine might of the universe covered an area of 99,999 miles. Lightning flashed and raged endlessly. That was the lightning that belonged to the universe, the divine lightning of the universe. Every bolt contained an extremely frightening might, and its power was astonishing. Even if a 5th realm cultivator entered it, death would be the only outcome, let alone a 4th realm cultivator. Even the 6th realm cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. Along with the appearance of the divine lightning of the universe, a series of hurricanes blew and roared, bringing with them a terrifying divine might that could destroy the world. It was extremely shocking. Mighty, whoosh. That was the divine wind of the universe that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It contained an extremely frightening power. Even a 5th realm cultivator would be killed directly if they entered it. Even a sixth realm cultivator would be wary of it. In an instant, a shocking sound was heard. The first flame appeared, burning and spreading rapidly as if it was spreading and spreading under the hurricane. It burned everything and covered 99,999 miles under the divine might of the universe. It burned endlessly and burned everything into nothingness. Divine fire of the universe! Divine lightning! Divine wind! Divine fire! The three powerful forces gathered and fused together, turning into a destructive force that covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone on the myriad origin island could feel the terrifying aura. This aura. Someone is breaking through. The expressions of the cultivators of the Wanyuan sect, and Wandering Cultivators Alliance changed drastically. Who is breaking through? Such power. Such power was much stronger than a fourth realm cultivator or even a fifth realm cultivator. Could it be that someone is breaking through to the sixth realm? Looking at that direction, it's obviously the Trade Wind Tower. Which King Realm cultivator of the Trade Wind Tower is breaking through to the Emperor Realm? This wasn't good news for them. On the Wanyuan Island, there were only 4 Emperor Realm cultivators. There were more Emperor Realm cultivators, but they were not common. In fact, there were less than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators in a large force. It could be said that any Emperor Realm cultivator on the Wanyuan Island was a top-notch cultivator. Once a force had an Emperor Realm cultivator, it would not be a good thing for the other forces. If the Trade Wind Tower had an Emperor Realm cultivator, it would be better than the Wanyuan sect and Wanyuan sect. However, they could not interfere with such a breakthrough. Once they did, they would be affected and would not be able to gain any benefit. However, while a sixth realm cultivator could not interfere, a seventh realm cultivator could, if they went all out. A few figures burst forth with astonishing speed, rushing in the direction of the Trade Wind Tower. Next, all the formations of the Trade Wind Tower were fully activated, operating at full power. A figure also turned into a hurricane, blocking the few figures. The Master of the Trade Wind Tower. As for the newcomers, they were the other 3 Emperor Realm cultivators on the Wanyuan Island. They were from the Wandering Cultivators Alliance, the Wanyuan sect, and the Wanyuan sect. Master of the Trade Wind Tower, who is breaking through? The sect Master of the Trade Wind Tower asked bluntly. His eyes were extremely sharp. He was like a heavenly sword hanging in the air, exuding an extremely sharp aura. The Palace Master of the Trade Wind Tower exuded an astonishing aura. It was as boundless as the mountains and seas. Stars appeared around the leader of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, shining brightly in all directions. His aura was boundless and mysterious. The Master of the Trade Wind Tower looked solemn. That's a disciple of the Trade Wind Tower breaking through. The Master of the Trade Wind Tower thought for a while and answered, "Disciple." The 3 of them were slightly stunned. Then, their eyes widened as if they had thought of something. Their expressions changed drastically. Could it be the unparalleled Sword Saint Chunzong, the number 1 on the Divine General Ranking Board? The Master of the Wandering Cultivators Alliance exclaimed. The Sect Master of the Trade Wind Tower and the Palace Master of the Trade Wind Tower looked solemn. The number 1 on the Divine General Ranking Board. Although there was a huge gap between him and them, they could not underestimate him. That was because he represented shocking potential. It's Chunzong. The Master of the Trade Wind Tower admitted frankly. As seniors, you wouldn't do something that is unbefitting of your status, right? This was a warning. Ha 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 ha, no matter what, Chunzong is a cultivator of the Myriad Origin Island. He is ranked number 1 on the Divine General Ranking Board and has achieved extraordinary achievements. When he becomes famous in the universe in the future, the Myriad Origin Island will also benefit from it. The Master of the Trade Wind Tower suddenly laughed. The Sect Master of the Trade Wind Tower and the Palace Master of the Trade Wind Tower looked at each other and laughed. They nodded and said, "That's right. In fact, if there was a chance to strike secretly, they would not mind. After all, Chernzong was not a disciple of the Trade Wind Tower, but a member of the Trade Wind Tower. However, if they were to make a move on a junior disciple in front of so many people and interrupt his breakthrough, their reputation would definitely be tarnished, and their reputation would be tarnished. They were not like those unscrupulous demons. Instead, they were the leaders of the righteous faction. It was fine if they did not let others know about their dirty trick. However, on the surface, they still had to pretend that they were righteous faction members. Chernzong's breakthrough was still ongoing. As for the matter of his breakthrough, people gradually grasped the truth. In the sky-splitting sword palace of the Myriad Origin sect, a terrifying killing intent reverberated and gushed out from the sky-splitting sword emperor's body. Killing intent. Killing intent. The killing intent gathered like a storm, as if it was going to tear everything apart. This was because he already knew who the person who had broken through was. Chernzong. Chernzong, who dared to kill his last disciple. My disciple is dead, but you are so proud. The sky-splitting sword emperor's old face was distorted. Endless killing intent shot out from his eyes. Cold light tore through the vacuum as he stared at Chernzong. He held the long sword in one hand, and the sword trembled violently. The terrifying sword intent tore the void apart, causing black cracks to appear. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. However, he held back. This was because even if he were to strike, he would not be able to interrupt Chernzong's breakthrough. His strength as a sword emperor was not enough. He could feel the terrifying power of the universe that covered 99,999 miles. If he were to strike, he would definitely be sucked into it. If he wanted to interrupt someone's breakthrough, it was very simple. He just had to break through the power of the universe. However, if he wanted to break through the power of the universe, he would definitely infuriate the will of the universe, and he would be counterattacked by the power of the universe. If he could withstand it, he would naturally be able to destroy the power of the universe and stop someone's breakthrough. If he could not withstand it, not only would he not be able to destroy someone's breakthrough, he would also be destroyed by the power of the universe. The power of the universe was unparalleled. If Chernzong had not been ranked first on the Divine General list, the power of the universe when he broke through would not have been so vast and powerful. Even the sky-splitting sword emperor felt terrified and terrified. Moreover, he also sensed that the great formation of the Trade Wind Tower had been activated. Layers of hurricanes were wreaking havoc, protecting the Trade Wind Tower. There were also the auras of many powerful Emperor Realm cultivators. Unless the Wanren sect sent out a large number of experts, it would be impossible to interrupt Chernzong's breakthrough. Even if the Wanren sect sent out all their experts, they might not be able to do it. Anger. His hatred was like a worm gnawing at his heart. Chernzong, even if you succeed in breaking through, you will die as soon as you leave the Trade Wind Tower. The sky-splitting sword emperor's desire to kill Chernzong became even stronger. The Heavenly Scar Sword Marquis was his last disciple. His talent was outstanding, and he was very satisfied with him. He had high hopes for him, and it was as if he had gotten a son at an old age. However, he had died under Chernzong's sword. How could he not take revenge? How could he let his enemy go free? Chapter 2692. Inside the formation, Chernzong's body disappeared. He was wrapped in the liquefied essence of the universe, as if he had turned into a cocoon. Thunder, wind, fire, all sorts of sounds connected together, whistling through the heavens and the earth, and the mighty sounds merged into one. They were like the waves of the universe, and the divine sounds impacted the heavens and the earth. They reverberated endlessly within a range of 99,999 kilometers, and they continued to stack on top of each other. They became more and more astonishingly powerful, covering the heavens and the earth with peerless divine might. Inside, Chernzong's perception was stronger and clearer, but he didn't feel any pressure. Because he was the first on the divine general list, recognized by the will of the universe, he didn't need to go through any tribulations to break through. On the contrary, it was said that when he broke through, he could get the favor and help of the will of the universe, which would make it easier for him to complete the breakthrough and greatly improve his strength. As for how to get the favor and help, Chernzong still didn't know. As the divine power of the universe covered 99,999 miles, Chernzong felt that the Taoist rhymes within this range became clearer, and they continued to strengthen at an amazing speed. Chernzong also felt the aura fluctuations of the sword principle, the heart principle, and the world principle. These were the great principles that Chernzong majored in. As for the aura of other great principles, Chernzong didn't intend to spend time and effort to comprehend them. Of course, mastering more great principles was very beneficial. If he could integrate them, it would be even more terrifying. However, there were also disadvantages, which was that it would take a lot of time and energy. In the end, it would even make it difficult for him to comprehend any great principle to a high level. Do what you can. Bite off more than you can chew. That was the truth. As a result, many cultivators only comprehended one or two great Taos. Those who comprehended three great Taos were few and far between. As for those who surpassed three great Taos, there might be some, but since the beginning of time, there were very few. As for integrating various great principles, it was even more difficult. Especially after two great principles were integrated, the difficulty of integrating a third great principle increased tenfold. There was a right way to choose. Even though Chernzong could freely comprehend and even master the mysteries of other great Taos, Chernzong held himself back. He only comprehended the sword principle, heart principle, and world principle. 12 sword Tao divine crests, 12 Tao heart Tao divine crests, and 12 world Tao divine crests appeared. Every single one of them was condensed to the limit, and they were like true dragons that soared through the sky. The aura of Tao in this area of 99,999 kilometers swarmed over and surged into them, causing the 36 Tao divine crests to become even more condensed and contained countless profundities. Condense! Chernzong shouted in a low voice, but it sounded like the divine sound of the universe. In an instant, 36 different divine patterns of the Great Path began to condense. Like true dragons dancing in the sky, they approached each other, intertwined, entangled, and condensed into the shape of a mark. The Tao seal condensed from the sword Tao divine inscription was like a sword that seemed simple yet contained an incomparably sharp edge. It was a sword seal. On the other hand, the Tao seal condensed from the heart Tao divine inscription was like a burning flame and a beating heart. It seemed to be constantly changing and did not have a completely fixed shape. The Tao imprint formed from the divine inscriptions of the world Tao seemed to be a single character. But when one looked at it from different angles, the character was different. If one looked at it more carefully, they would feel that the character was a sphere or a cube, as though it contained an entire world within it. Every Tao seal emitted a completely different aura fluctuation. They each had their own profundities and were extremely powerful. Very powerful. The power within the Tao seal was extremely shocking. It was many times more powerful than the Tao divine inscriptions. Chernzong could even feel that it was many times more powerful than the Tao seal that he had temporarily condensed when he performed the idealistic sword. This was a true Tao seal, and it could not be compared to a temporarily condensed Tao seal. The power within it was extremely shocking. Moreover, it was only at the initial stage of condensing. Chernzong did not even need to comprehend it himself. Among the countless Tao rhythms, the aura of the sword Tao, heart Tao, and world Tao separated from the dense Tao rhythms and surged into the Tao seal. Improve. The Taoist seals formed by the three great Taoist seals were constantly improving. This improvement caused the three great Taoist seals to gradually condense, as though they were about to materialize. The Tao seal was different from the Tao divine inscriptions. Not only was there a difference in power, but there was also a difference in cultivation. The Tao divine inscriptions were condensed one by one, and in the end, there were 12 Tao seals in the transcendent realm. However, there was only one Tao seal. The level of the Tao seal was closely related to the level of the great Tao that one had mastered. On the whole, the level of condensing the Tao seal was equivalent to the level of the minor success of the great Tao. However, even the minor success was divided into different levels, which ran through the entire fourth realm. The levels of the Tao seal were also divided into entry, minor success, great success, and perfection. Above the perfection was the extreme realm, which was only the extreme realm. There was no difference between the minor extreme realm, the great extreme realm, and the transcendent realm. Chernzong had just broken through and naturally entered the entry level of the Tao seal. If he wanted to improve it to minor success, he had to continuously comprehend, master, and condense it until it became more condensed. Only then would it be minor success. It was the same for great success and perfection. As for the extreme realm that surpassed perfection, it was very difficult to break through. After all, perfection represented an extreme and upper limit. The extreme realm was to break through the upper limit, so it was naturally more difficult. There were 3 prerequisites to break through from the third realm to the fourth realm. First, the divine form restoration. Second, the Tao divine inscriptions. Third, the power transformation. Now, Chernzong had completed the first 2, and only the last one was left. Once he succeeded, he would have truly broken through to the fourth realm. The Celestial Demon Sword Codex was immediately activated, and a large amount of Yuan Qi of the universe surged into Chernzong's body. The Yuan Qi of the universe was extremely strong, and it was the essence that was absorbed and purified by the formation. It was as thick as water, and the power it contained was extremely vigorous. As the first level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex was activated, Chernzong could feel that his sword origin and physique were slowly strengthening. Of course, it was more of a change in nature. This change was called a transformation. The path of cultivation was the path of life transition, the path of qualitative change. Every time one advanced to a major realm, the level of life and nature of one's body would be improved. The first realm, second realm, third realm, fourth realm, and fifth realm were all the same, and one would advance step by step. However, this improvement was still within a certain range. When one reached the fifth realm and the sixth realm, it was a true transition, a great improvement, as if the difference between heaven and earth. His body was changing, and his divine soul was also affected. This change was good, as it was more compatible with the universe, and it was more powerful. The power of his cultivation was also changing, becoming more powerful, but it was still at the first level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. This was because in order to cultivate the second level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex, he had to first master the Silver Sword Body, which was above the Bronze Sword Body. The Silver Sword Body was a super strong physique that was much more powerful than the Bronze Sword Body. After cultivating the Silver Sword Body, one would be qualified to cultivate the even more powerful Sword Origin, which was above the mountain-destroying Sword Origin. However, to cultivate the Silver Sword Body, it was many times more difficult than the Bronze Sword Body. He was able to cultivate the Bronze Sword Body because of the mysterious seed. As for the Silver Sword Body, the mysterious seed seemed to be unable to provide much help. The essence of his life was improving. The power of his cultivation was transforming. The 3 Tao seals were constantly solidifying. Chernzong activated the Heart Sutra, constantly comprehending and perceiving all the changes in his body, clearly perceiving and grasping all the subtle changes. When most cultivators broke through, they would first break through, then spend time in seclusion to sort out their gains from the breakthrough, then consolidate, grasp, and fully exert the increased power. Now, with the superb Heart Sutra, Chern Zong could do all these at the same time. Once the breakthrough was over, Chern Zong did not need to spend extra time in seclusion. He could directly exert all the power in his body to his heart's content, saving at least a few years' time. A few years' time was still very important for a genius who had just broken through. It was enough for their strength to improve a lot, especially for a genius who was more talented and had deeper potential. The improvement would be more obvious. Endless essence qi of the universe constantly poured into Chern Zong's body, constantly improving Chern Zong's life essence, causing his cultivation power to transform. In addition, Chern Zong also felt that the mysterious seed in his sea of qi was also constantly absorbing the essence qi of the universe. No, not only the essence qi of the universe, but also the Taoist connotation in the essence qi of the universe was constantly being absorbed and devoured. What on earth is this? Chern Zong did not know. It was too mysterious. He only knew that it was a treasure that the World Lord had once obtained from the depths of the universe. Perhaps only the World Lord knew what it was, or perhaps even the World Lord himself was not clear about it. As for asking others, Chern Zong did not dare to do that. Since it was regarded as a treasure by the World Lord, as the core inheritance, it must be extraordinary. If he asked other experts, such as the master of the Xian Feng House, he could not guarantee that the master of the Xian Feng House would not be suspicious. It seemed that the master of the Xian Feng House treated him well, but he had to be vigilant. It was not that Chern Zong measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it was better to be cautious. He would rather study it slowly by himself than expose it. Improvement, all-round improvement, continuous improvement. The benefits of being ranked first on the Divine Generals list were gradually revealed. The tyrannical power kept reverberating in his body, becoming more and more amazing. Countless mysteries kept emerging, about various great Daos and everything he had learned. Chern Zong felt as if he had become many people, thinking independently and verifying with each other. This was the amazing thing about the One Heart Sutra. It was incomparable to other practitioners who did not have the One Heart Sutra. It was as if one person was doing something that many people could do together. For example, one person building a house or 10 people building a house together in an orderly manner, who would be more efficient? There was no doubt that it was the latter. It was more than a tenfold difference. Chapter 2693 99,999 miles of the universe's divine power, the power of thunder, wind, and fire, filled with countless auras of the way, seemed to have formed a world of its own that could not be interfered with. At this point, even if an emperor-level powerhouse attacked, it would be very difficult to break through. I wonder how long this breakthrough will last? Many people secretly guessed. Generally, from the third realm to the fourth realm, it would take about 3 to 5 days. After that, they would enter seclusion for at least a few years or even decades to adapt to the new power and consolidate it. They would do their best to improve everything until they had basically stabilized and were able to unleash the power they had after the breakthrough. This was a normal practice. However, there were also people who took longer to break through, more than 10 days or even dozens of days. This usually meant that they were more talented and gained more. However, since ancient times, the highest record was 99 days. But no one knew if Chern Zong was the same. Time passed slowly, day after day. The divine power of the universe enveloped the area, and the power of forming a world of its own became more and more obvious. Chern Zong, who was in the middle of it, continued to improve and gain endless benefit. He had successfully condensed his 3 great Tao seals and broken through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. Now, his cultivation power had also successfully transformed into the power of the 4th realm, and its power was even more powerful. The strength of the 4th realm was divided into entry, small success, large success, and perfection. Above perfection, there was also the extreme realm. This was not only the cultivation level of the Tao seal, but also the cultivation level. Only when both the cultivation level and the Tao seal reached the corresponding level could one be considered to have truly reached that level. For example, only when both the cultivation level and the Tao seal were at the entry level could one be considered to have truly reached the entry level. Only when both the cultivation level and the Tao seal were at the small success level could one be considered to have truly reached the entry level. If one lacked either of them, it would not be considered. For example, if both the entry level and the small success level were at the entry level, then one would be classified as the peak of the entry level. However, true strength could not be clearly defined by the level of cultivation level and the Tao seal. If one had the same level of cultivation level and the Tao seal, one would undoubtedly be more powerful if one had more combat experience, higher combat talent, or mastered more powerful ultimate technique. Of course, cultivation and the realm of the Tao seal were the foundation. Combat techniques and ultimate arts were the application. One should have both. Only then would one be a true expert. With Chen Zong's mental strength, he was able to activate the 13 concepts of one heart at the same time. At the same time, he could comprehend, sense, cultivate, and control all the changes in his own strength. The effect was many times better than others. Upgrade. Chen Zong could feel himself improving at every moment. It was a kind of improvement that seemed to have no end. It was wonderful. The more he thought about it, the more he would be immersed in this kind of improvement. That kind of wonderful feeling was completely indescribable. It could only be understood but not explained in words. The 4th realm. On the 9th day, Chen Zong had completely stepped into the 4th level and became a 4th level cultivator. However, the godly power of the universe did not dissipate. It was still condensed and showed no signs of weakening. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to end it. He continued to comprehend and cultivate. Such an advantage was extremely hard to come by. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to get it again. Therefore, they had to grasp this opportunity with all their might. They had to cultivate with all their might and improve themselves to the extreme. Entry level. Whether it was Qi refinement cultivation, body refinement cultivation, or Tao seal realm, Chen Zong was at the entry level. This was something that an ordinary person would need to spend at least a few years to reach from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. However, Chen Zong could still continue to improve. This was a gift from the will of the universe. It was the privilege of the experts on the divine general role, and also the privilege of the number 1 on the divine general role. Under the Heart Sutra, the first level of the sword technique of the celestial demon sword was constantly in operation. It constantly absorbed the extremely rich and pure energy of the universe from the surroundings and refined it into his body, improving his sword energy and physique. After cultivating the sword technique of the celestial demon sword, in addition to the divine form restoration, Chen Zong no longer had any distinction between Qi refinement and body refinement powers. This was because the two had merged and become one, becoming a new and more powerful force. It could be used as both Qi refinement powers and body refinement powers. If it was a single cultivator, after the divine form restoration for Qi refinement, it would directly be Qi refinement powers. After the divine form restoration for body refinement, it would be body refinement powers. It would not be as flexible and powerful as Chen Zong's. It could be said that in terms of basic strength, Chen Zong had already surpassed most of the origin tribe. His innate weakness had been eliminated. In fact, he was much stronger than them. As the sword technique of the celestial demon sword was activated, his cultivation level was gradually improving. Chen Zong could feel the improvement at every moment. Cultivating in such an environment was more than 100 or even 1,000 times better than cultivating in the outside world. This undoubtedly made many people envious. However, they could not obtain it and wanted to enter and replace it. Chen Zong did not know about this. In short, he was cultivating with all his might. As the sword technique of the celestial demon sword was activated, his cultivation level was gradually improving. As he comprehended the three great Daos, his Dao seal was constantly absorbing the corresponding great Dao aura. It was constantly condensing and becoming more and more solid. The power and mysteries within it were naturally increasing gradually. In addition, Chen Zong did not give up on comprehending his own swordsmanship and unique skills. As time passed, the people outside gradually left. They were not idle. Of course, they were still paying attention to Chen Zong's breakthrough. After all, they wanted to know how many days it would take for Chen Zong to finish his breakthrough. After all, they wanted to know how many days it would take for Chen Zong to finish his breakthrough. Since ancient times, it had been rumored that the first place on the divine general list would be greatly favored by the will of the universe. However, this was only hearsay. After all, there was only one first place on the divine general list. Only when that first place died or had a breakthrough would someone replace him. There had never been a first place on the divine general list in the myriad origin island. The best one was only in the top 1,000. There was not even one in the top 100. There was a huge gap between them. But now there was a first place on the divine general list. They felt honored. Of course, not everyone felt honored. There were also people who were jealous. However, regardless of whether it was honor, jealousy, or other similar emotions, they all wanted to know how great Chen Zong's breakthrough would be this time. At least, he will reach the initial realm, someone guessed. This was almost everyone's unanimous opinion. The three seals continued to condense. Wisps of aura of the great path gathered from all directions and poured into them, making the seals more and more solid. However, this kind of solidification was not endless. The way was endless. This sentence was the truth. It referred to the complete and total. At every level, there were stages and bottlenecks. Only when one broke through the bottlenecks again and again could it be truly endless. This was the case for the way and the cultivation. The way was endless. It was just a hole. At every level and stage there were bottlenecks. Although Chen Zong had a gift from the will of the universe, it did not mean that Chen Zong could continue to improve indefinitely. Otherwise, it would be terrible. He would directly reach the peak and defeat all the experts in the universe and all the races. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 50 days had passed. However, the divine power of the universe was still there. There was no sign of it weakening. Chen Zong was still in it. According to this situation, it can last for at least 10 more days. Could it really last for 99 days? It's possible. After all, in the past, the number 1 on the divine general list seemed to last for 99 days. 99 days is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of years of meditation and cultivation. At least he can reach the initial realm, or even the peak of the initial realm. 60 days, 70 days, 80 days, 90 days. Finally, the divine power of the universe was not so strong. It weakened little by little. Everyone knew that it was coming to an end. Of course, it would not end all of a sudden. It would definitely last for a few days, or even up to 99 days. Sure enough, on the 99th day, the divine power of the universe finally dissipated. The amazing power that covered 99,999 miles also completely dissipated. The oppressive feeling disappeared with it. Only a little bit of aura remained, and it would last for a long time. The formation was still operating, but it gradually stopped. The chi of the universe that was condensed within the formation also rapidly became thinner and returned to its original state. The master of the Xian Feng House's figure flashed. He was the first one to appear in the formation, in front of Chen Zong. His eyes were condensed with an unparalleled radiance as he stared at Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. Aura. Chen Zong did not reveal much of his aura. However, the master of the Xian Feng House still saw through it due to the huge gap between their realms and strength. It was because he saw through it that the master of the Xian Feng House was so surprised. Your cultivation, I'm afraid you've already reached the advanced realm. The master of the Xian Feng House said in surprise. Chen Zong nodded. Indeed, he had already reached the advanced realm in the fourth realm. If he went further, he would reach the complete realm, which was the end of many fourth realm cultivators. As for the extreme realm, only a few fourth realm cultivators could reach it. What about the Dao Seal? The master of the Xian Feng House asked. Advanced realm. Chen Zong did not intend to hide it. Advanced realm. The master of the Xian Feng House was stunned. Cultivation realms were easier to comprehend than Dao Seals. This was common knowledge in the universe and applied to the vast majority of cultivators. Chen Zong was ranked first on the divine general roll. He was favored by the will of the universe. Under the divine power of the universe for 99 days, and with the help of the Xian Feng House's formation, it might be surprising for him to reach the advanced realm, but it was also reasonable. However, to comprehend the Dao Seal to the advanced realm was extraordinary. He had to cultivate and comprehend the Dao Seal at the same time. Wouldn't he be too busy? Even if he could multitask, it would not be easy for him to do it for a long time. Advanced realm. Both his cultivation realm and Dao Seal had reached the advanced realm. Didn't that mean that Chen Zong had directly skipped the beginner and initial realm of the fourth realm to reach the advanced realm? This realm surpassed countless fourth realm cultivators. It was a realm that they might not be able to reach even if they spent hundreds of years on it. Was the first on the divine general roll really so powerful? Chapter 2694. Mastery of Cultivation and Dao Seal meant that Chen Zong had stepped into the mastery of the fourth realm. His breakthrough would allow him to reach a level that other fourth realm cultivators would need to spend hundreds of years to reach. Imperceptibly, it meant that he had saved hundreds of years of time. This was the benefit of being first on the divine general leaderboard. Spending hundreds of years to reach the pinnacle of the third realm, and then breaking through afterwards would bring even greater benefit. Not only would it save a lot of time, but it would also further strengthen one's foundation. It would also be very beneficial for one's future cultivation. Of course, cultivation and Dao Seal were only the foundation of one's strength. They only took up a part of it. How to use them depended on martial arts, absolute arts, and so on. None of these could be missing. One would need to experience actual combat to understand. However, the Master of Trade Wind had seen Chen Zong's battle in the universe secret territory. He believed that Chen Zong's strength would not be weak. At least, he would be able to keep up with his cultivation and Dao Seal. In other words, the current Chen Zong was at least at the mastery of the fourth realm, surpassing most of the fourth realm cultivators. There were indeed many fourth realm cultivators in the Master of Trade Wind Tower. However, most of them were only at the entry or small mastery level. Chen Zong surpassed all of them once he broke through. Sealing off the news. The Master of Trade Wind Tower immediately sealed off the news. Only he and the other Emperor-level cultivators knew about Chen Zong's cultivation level. As for the fifth realm king-level cultivators, although they were stronger than Chen Zong, they could not see through Chen Zong's restrained aura and determine Chen Zong's cultivation level. Sealing off the news was naturally to protect Chenzong. However, the outside world was also very curious about Chenzong. After all, the first on the Divine General Leaderboard had lasted for 99 days under the universe secret territory. What level had he reached after breaking through? Small mastery. The news that the Master of Trade Wind Tower spread to the outside world was that he was at the small mastery level of the fourth realm. This coincided with other people's guesses and deductions. Even if it's not just minor accomplishment, it's probably only peak minor accomplishment. It's impossible for it to be higher than that, someone speculated after analyzing the situation. Indeed, the difference between small mastery and great mastery was very obvious. A normal fourth realm cultivator would need at least 200 to 300 years to cultivate from small mastery to great mastery without any special opportunity. If there was a better opportunity, then it could be done within 100 years. As soon as Chenzong made a breakthrough, he skipped the initial stage and reached the initial stage. It was already very shocking. Since ancient times, it was said that most of the people who ranked first on the Divine General's ranking were like this. Only a very small number of them were able to achieve great success. This little bastard is actually at the 4th level initial tier. The sky-splitting sword sovereign was furious. The stronger Chenzong was, the more displeased he felt, and the heavier his killing intent. However, Chenzong had been staying in the trade wind brothel all this time, and the sky-splitting sword sovereign could not directly barge into the trade wind brothel to deal with Chenzong. He could only watch as Chenzong lived and grew stronger. The sky-splitting sword sovereign's hatred gnawed at his soul. In fact, what the sky-splitting sword sovereign did not know was that Chenzong had already forgotten about him. After all, so many things had happened and he had experienced so much. Now that he had broken through to the 4th realm, even though his cultivation and strength had greatly improved, it was not the end. He still had to continue cultivating, and there were other things to do. All in all, even with the help of the Heart Sutra, Chenzong could not do it so easily. After all, after breaking through, there seemed to be more things to do, and he needed to cultivate, comprehend, and think more. Unknowingly, the sky-splitting sword sovereign and the others did not make any move. Naturally, they were temporarily forgotten by Chenzong. If the sky-splitting sword sovereign knew that he was constantly thinking about Chenzong and wanted to kill him, but the latter had forgotten about him, he would probably vomit blood in anger. In any case, he was also a 6th-level Emperor-level expert. On Wanyuan Island, he was the famous Sword Emperor, second only to Emperor-level experts. He was one of the top 3 Emperor-level experts on Wanyuan Island. How could he be overlooked by a mere 4th-level expert? In the trade wind brothel, Chenzong's pavilion had changed again. The original pavilion belonged to the 3rd realm, but now it was a 5th realm pavilion. Even though Chenzong's cultivation was only at the 4th realm, with his talent and potential, no one had any objections. You can object, as long as it proves that you are also very outstanding. In the entire trade wind brothel, no one could compare with Chenzong in terms of talent. He used to be first on the Divine General's ranking. The 5th realm pavilions had stronger formations and stronger seals. Naturally, the effects of cultivating in them were better. As for all the secret cultivation places of the trade wind brothel, they were all open to Chenzong. In the pavilion, Chenzong used the Heart Sutra to organize many things at the same time. When Chenzong broke through, the mysterious seed had absorbed a large amount of power and Tao aura from the universe. Now, it had grown into a thin sprout. The power it contained seemed to be even more astonishing. However, Chenzong still did not know what it was, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Now, the inner demon has escaped, and Senior Demon Heart is also nowhere to be found. Chenzong frowned. Under the influence of the universe's power, something had happened after he broke through to the 4th realm. Senior Demon Heart had directly adapted to the laws of the universe. However, in the next moment, before Chen Zong could communicate with him, he was absorbed by a force and disappeared. Chen Zong guessed that the force should be the power of the universe's will. As for why, Chen Zong had no idea at all. In fact, whether or not Senior Devil Heart was still alive was still unknown. There was nothing he could do. This became a doubt in Chen Zong's heart. He could only explore it when he was strong enough. When Senior Demon Heart disappeared, the inner demon was also unsealed because it was no longer suppressed by Senior Demon Heart's power. After unsealing, the inner demon did not clamor or make any threat. It did not try to snatch Chen Zong's spirit and body. On the contrary, it escaped. Yes, without hesitation, it directly left Chen Zong's spirit sea, escaped into the universe, and disappeared. Why did that happen? Chen Zong had some guesses. After all, the inner demon had been suppressed by Senior Demon Heart's power since a long time ago. At that time, he and the inner demon were both in the second realm, while Senior Demon Heart was equivalent to the fourth realm. The difference in power was huge, so it was normal for it to be suppressed. During the time when it was suppressed, Chen Zong gradually improved, but the inner demon did not. Now, Chen Zong had advanced to the fourth realm, but the inner demon was still equivalent to the second realm. Even if it was unsealed, what could it do? Seize Chen Zong's body? Of course, it wanted to. The problem was that it could not do it. It was in the second realm, so how could it seize Chen Zong's fourth realm? It would be lucky if it was not beaten to death. Of course, it would not be beaten to death by Chen Zong, but it would be suppressed again. Therefore, after learning from the painful experience, the inner demon made a prompt decision to leave Chen Zong first. Otherwise, if it continued to stay in Chen Zong's spirit sea, it would only be suppressed, and there would be no chance for it to improve. It would come back to seize Chen Zong's body in the future. Chen Zong's guess was not far from the truth. The inner demon was terrified, so it fled, and Chen Zong was in the midst of a breakthrough, so he had no time to take care of it. However, once the inner demon was gone, Chen Zong had one less worry. If he encountered a strong enemy and was in danger, and the inner demon took advantage of it, it would be terrible. In addition, the Boundless World Sword was left behind by the Lord of the World. It was originally a supreme-grade Dao weapon, but 3 layers of seals were imposed on it, so it was reduced to the level of a low-grade Dao weapon. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the fourth realm, it was enough to unlock one more layer of seal, so it could reach the level of a middle-grade Dao weapon, and its power would be stronger. As for a high-grade Dao weapon, it was still impossible for him to achieve that with his current ability. In short, the 4 grades of Dao weapons corresponded to the entry, initial, profound, and consummation realms of the Great Dao. The Dao Seal was the initial comprehension and mastery of the Great Dao. The level of a Dao weapon that could be controlled was the middle grade. In addition, there was another very important point, which was the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. The Celestial Demon Sword Codex was rich and mysterious. Even now, Chen Zong had not fully analyzed it, but he knew that the Celestial Demon Sword Codex was divided into 4 levels. The first level was the Bronze Sword Body and the Mountain Crushing Sword Energy. The second level was called the Silver Sword Body and the Ocean Overturning Sword Energy, which were undoubtedly many times stronger than the first level. The prerequisite for mastering the more powerful sword energy was to first cultivate the corresponding sword body. However, it was difficult to cultivate the Celestial Demon Sword Body, and it required sufficient external help. Chen Zong was able to cultivate the first level, the Bronze Sword Body, because of the power of the mysterious seed. However, Chen Zong had tried the second level, the Silver Sword Body, and he could not cultivate it. At least, it was not enough to rely on the power of the mysterious seed, and other external help was needed. What external help was needed? Naturally, it was mentioned in the Celestial Demon Sword Codex, and it was listed clearly. Chernzong had already sorted it out and handed it to the leader of the trade wind house. He even took out the treasures he had obtained in the universe's secret territory as a form of exchange. Perhaps the treasures he had found in the universe's secret territory were very valuable, but the external help needed to cultivate the silver sword body was also very valuable. Some of them were things that even Chernzong had never heard of, and it was unknown whether he could collect them all in a short period of time. Time passed slowly, and another half a year had passed since Chernzong's breakthrough. In this half a year, Chernzong naturally stayed in the trade wind house to cultivate. Even though he did not have the help of the universe's secret territory, and the improvement in half a year was very small, Chernzong did not feel discouraged, and he did not have any intention of relaxing. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current, and if one did not advance, one would fall behind. The help of the universe's secret territory was only temporary, and one had to rely more on one's own hard work. Today, Chernzong was summoned by the leader of the trade wind house. "Greetings, leader of the trade wind house." Chernzong bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. The leader of the trade wind house's attitude towards Chernzong was very good. Although he could kill Chernzong with a snap of his fingers, he could not deny that Chernzong had amazing potential, and it would not be difficult for Chernzong to surpass him in the future. Of course, only Chernzong enjoyed such treatment. The leader of the trade wind house would not be so courteous to the others, even if they were 6th-level emperors. Most of the treasures you need have been collected, but there are 3 that are difficult to find, the leader of the trade wind house said helplessly. But what are the 3 treasures? Chernzong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked. Heavenly Gilt Silver Essence, Sword Principal Origin, and Wukong Divine Essence, the leader of the trade wind house said helplessly. Chapter 2695. Happy Labor Day, everyone. A new month, please give me some monthly vote. The silver sword body required hundreds of foreign objects. Even with the help of the mysterious seed, he still needed dozens of them. Among these foreign objects, the most important ones were undoubtedly the heavenly gilt silver marrow, the sword Wei origin, and the Wukong divine essence. As for the other foreign objects, they were relatively easy to obtain. However, now that he had collected all the other foreign objects, he was missing the 3 most important ones. Chernzong also felt helpless. What was the heavenly gilt silver marrow? It was a treasure used by Realm 6 Emperor-level body refinement experts. It was not a treasure that could be found everywhere. It was a rare treasure. In other words, once the heavenly gilt silver marrow appeared, it would attract many Emperor-level body refinement experts to fight for it. He was only at Realm 4. There was a huge gap between him and Realm 6. It was a difference in essence. Then what about the sword Wei origin? Anything that had anything to do with the word origin was definitely not ordinary. As everyone knew, the difference between Realm 5 and Realm 6 was mainly in the origin. Realm 6 was to comprehend and then master the power of origin. The sword Wei origin was the power of origin left behind by an Emperor-level sword cultivator who was at least at Realm 6. However, under normal circumstances, it was rare for Emperor-level experts to leave behind power of origin, unless their origin was strong to a certain extent. This was either the top Realm 6 or Realm 7. Difficult. The difficulty of obtaining it increased countless times. One had to know that such a sword Wei origin was extremely attractive to countless sword cultivators, even to Emperor-level sword cultivators. Once it appeared, they would rush like ducks to obtain it. He was still only at Realm 4. Lastly, the Wukong Divine Essence was another rare treasure. Its function was to cleanse the body, purify the filth, unify everything, and combine everything into one. It sounded ordinary, but it was not. Any cultivator would more or less have some hidden injuries, even Emperor-level experts. The Wukong divine essence was also useful to emperor-level experts. Realm 7. Chenzong felt extremely melancholy. It was only the silver sword body, only the second stage of the sword codex of the god and demon sword, but it required such a rare treasure to refine it. Then what about the third stage? What kind of treasures were needed? Could it be a treasure that could even tempt a saint-level expert? What to do? I'm also in despair. Thank you, Tower Master. Even though his heart was filled with melancholy and bleakness like the autumn wind, Chenzong still revealed a smile and expressed his thanks to the Integrity Wind House's master. It was not that the Integrity Wind House was unwilling to help. Rather, he had indeed helped. The reason for that was because the three main treasures were simply too rare, too hard to come by. House Master, those three treasures will be of great help to my cultivation. I've decided to leave Wanyuan Island and search for them, Chenzong said to the housemaster. Why don't you break through to the 5th level before leaving the 1,000 Yuan Island? The Xian Feng housemaster frowned and said. Generally speaking, 4th level cultivators were considered to have stepped into the realm of powerhouses and were qualified to enter the universe to train. However, most 4th level cultivators only trained in a certain region of the universe. Very rarely would they expand to a territory, let alone step into the universe. Usually, they would only truly step into the universe when they reached the 5th level. After all, the universe was so vast and filled with countless dangers. If they were not careful, even a 6th level cultivator would die, let alone a 4th or 5th level cultivator. Even a 7th level cultivator would not be able to guarantee anything. Chenzong was only at the 4th level, yet he wanted to go out to train. From his words, it seemed that he would not be limited to a region of the universe or even a territory. He might even step into the universe. There was no doubt that it was extremely dangerous, and the chances of him dying were extremely high. If he reached the 5th level, he would be even stronger and have a greater ability to protect himself. There was no doubt that it would be safer. Thank you for your concern, Tower Master, but I have no choice but to do so, Chenzong replied with a smile. His tone was extremely resolute. Chenzong's words were not excuses. He did indeed have a reason to do so. Otherwise, he would only be at the 4th level now. There were many opportunities on Wanyuan Island waiting for him to discover, cultivate well, and reach the 5th level one day. However, Chenzong was also very clear about one thing. Although he was now at the 4th level, it would not be easy for him to reach the 5th level. He did not know how many years it would take to reach the perfect realm, which was above the 5th level. However, Chenzong would definitely not be satisfied with just the perfect realm. It would undoubtedly be more difficult if he wanted to break through to the 5th level after the perfect realm. It would be another huge hurdle. Initial estimates suggested that it would take at least 100 years. Chenzong would not be in a hurry under normal circumstances. However, Chenzong had previously obtained an opportunity, or rather, the favor of a saint. 100 years. That saint had given Chenzong a test. If Chenzong could appear before him within 100 years, he would take Chenzong in as a disciple and guide him carefully. If he could not do so, then it would mean that he could not pass the test. Naturally, he would not have the fortune. If there was no such opportunity, Chenzong would not think too much about it. However, since there was such an opportunity, he should strive for it. Sword cultivators were like that. They advanced with their swords. Danger. Of course there was danger. In fact, even if he had broken through to the 5th level before setting off, there would still be danger. It would be unavoidable. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say, said the Lord of Wind. His relationship with Chenzong was actually not that deep. They were not related by blood, nor were they master and disciple. Of course, even if they were master and disciple, he could not stop Chenzong from being so resolute. This was because the Lord of Wind knew very well that setting off after reaching the 5th level was just an excuse. Even a 6th level cultivator could die in the great universe, let alone others. Moreover, Chernzong was so outstanding. He was a person with great fortune. Perhaps he could turn danger into safety and obtain benefits to improve himself. Didn't all experts survive countless dangers and kill their way to the top? Then, the Lord of Wind waved his hand. 3 gusts of wind appeared. They slithered through the air like dragons and snakes. One was green, one was red, and one was yellow. Every gust of wind had a different color, but they all contained astonishing power. These 3 gusts of wind contain 1% of my power, said the Lord of Wind. Chernzong also keenly sensed that the Lord of Wind's aura seemed to have weakened a little. That one can increase your speed. Even a 6th level emperor would find it difficult to catch up to you. The Lord of Wind pointed at the green gust of wind. Then, he pointed at the red gust of wind. That gust of wind contained astonishing power. It could be used as an attack. Its power was at the 6th level emperor level. As for the yellow gust of wind, it was mainly used as a defense. It could withstand a 6th level emperor level attack. 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 speed. He had all 3. Lord, this. Chernzong hesitated. Don't worry. I can recover the power I used in a few years. The Lord of Wind waved his hand. I hope the 3 source powers can protect you. When you become a strong person one day, just don't forget about the Lord of Wind. Don't worry, Lord. No matter where I am in the future, Chernzong will always be from the Lord of Wind, said Chernzong solemnly. This was a strong promise. The Lord of Wind couldn't help but nod with a smile. He and Chernzong were neither relatives nor friends. Why would he put in so much effort to nurture him and treat him well? Wasn't this an early investment? There was no love or hate without a reason. There was always a reason behind it. Time was of the essence. Chernzong didn't waste any more time. With the Heart Sutra, he could cultivate all the time. It was time to set off. Of course, he wasn't going to set off aimlessly. Chernzong had already planned the route in half a year. His destination was Taihao Mountain, one of the holy lands in the universe. Taihao Mountain didn't belong to any universe, nor did it belong to any territory. To be more precise, all holy lands didn't belong to any universe or territory. Instead, they formed their own world, and their mysteries were indescribable. However, Chernzong had also carefully flipped through the ancient records and done some research. From Wanyuan Island, he had to leave Wanyuan territory first and then head to Taihao Mountain. There were 3 territories in between: Gumo territory, Chilling Crystal territory, and Chaokong territory. None of the borderlands were smaller than Wanyuan borderlands. It was almost impossible to travel from Wanyuan Island to Taihao Mountain in 100 years and cross 3 territories. Moreover, he had to enter Taihao Mountain. One had to know that even a 6th realm emperor-level cultivator would find it very difficult to cross 3 borders in 100 years if they were to fly in a straight line from Wanyuan Island without stopping at all. Chernzong was only a 4th realm cultivator. Even if a 4th realm expert flew at full speed, it was impossible to cross 3 territories in 1,000 years without encountering any danger, let alone 100 years. Moreover, he would most likely encounter some trouble and danger along the way. However, the time limit was 100 years. Obviously, the Saint of Taihao Mountain believed that Chernzong could reach Taihao Mountain in 100 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a strong person to reach Taihao Mountain. If he didn't want to, then just don't. Why go to such lengths? In other words, there must be a way. There must be a way to cross 3 territories in 100 years and reach Taihao Mountain. He would arrive there first, and then think of a way to enter. Chernzong brought everything he should bring, such as various pills and so on. In the end, he even exchanged for a space-crossing divine ship. It could exert the speed of a 4th realm emperor-level expert. It was his means of transportation and also had a certain level of protection. At the very least, it was impossible to break the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship and injure Chen Zong without the strength of a fourth realm expert. Set off. Chen Zong set off quietly without informing anyone else. Chapter 2696. The speed of the low-grade space-crossing divine ship was even faster than Chen Zong's own flying speed. It was the most suitable as a means of transportation. It wasn't that Chen Zong didn't want a better space-crossing divine ship, such as a mid-grade space-crossing divine ship, but that was too hard to come by. Space-crossing divine ships were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and so on. The higher the grade, the higher the value and rarer it was. The space-crossing divine ships that could be exchanged in the trade wind brothel were low-grade and mid-grade, corresponding to the fourth and fifth realms. However, the mid-grade space-crossing divine ship was too expensive, and Chen Zong couldn't afford it. After all, most of his previous wealth had been used to exchange for the treasures needed to obtain the silver sword body. Even if it was a low-grade space-crossing godship, Chen Zong had barely managed to exchange for it. The flight of the space-crossing godship would consume the energy of cosmos god crystals. Fortunately, Chen Zong still had some, and it was not like he did not have any left. The advantage of using a space-crossing divine ship as a means of transportation was that one's safety was guaranteed to a certain extent. Even if one faced danger, the space-crossing divine ship would be the first to be attacked, followed by the person. In addition, staying on the space-crossing divine ship could also prevent one's energy from being depleted, and it was better for one to comprehend and cultivate. On the space-crossing divine ship, Chen Zong circulated the Heart Sutra and the Godly Demon Sword Codex to absorb the essence energy of the universe, increasing his cultivation bit by bit. At the same time, he was also comprehending the 5 great Daos, sword techniques, and so on. That's right, 5 great Daos, not 3. When he broke through, under the cover of the godly power of the universe, countless auras of great Daos filled the air. Among them were the Daos of the 3 great Daos that Chen Zong had comprehended and mastered, as well as the Daos of many other great Daos. Chen Zong comprehended all the great Daos that he had comprehended to the extreme and realized that the godly power of the universe hadn't dissipated, but his comprehension and mastery of the 3 great Daos had stopped at the phenomenal success stage. This was because his potential had been unlocked to this point. It didn't mean that his potential had been exhausted, but at this stage, under the accumulation of the third realm and the gift of the universe's will, he had temporarily reached the upper limit. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to slowly comprehend, accumulate, and improve in the future. What should he do? He had temporarily comprehended the 3 great Daos to the extreme, and his Dao seal was condensed to the great success stage. However, the godly power of the universe was still there, and the countless Tao rhythms were still so dense. Was he going to give up in vain? Chen Zong thought about it and thought of the boundless swordsmanship and the Tide Dragon swordsmanship. Although Chen Zong was unable to cultivate these 2 great ways of the sword-sharpening mountain after obtaining them, he would still study them from time to time. He planned to dissect them and absorb their essence before integrating them into his 2 great ways of the sword-sharpening mountain. He believed that once the quintessence of the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship were integrated, the power and mystery of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship would increase significantly. Unfortunately, the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship were indeed unfathomable and shocking. Even with Chen Zong's comprehension and swordsmanship foundation, he could not do anything about them for the time being. These 2 swordsmanship involved the Tao of time and the Tao of space. They were both very brilliant great paths among the many great paths in the universe. They were even more difficult to comprehend and master. Chen Zong did not intend to spend time and energy to comprehend them, but he had no choice. Under such an opportunity and the combination of various conditions, Chen Zong finally chose to comprehend the Tao of time and the Tao of space. Due to his superb comprehension ability, the assistance of the Heart Sutra, and the care of the universe's will, as well as the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship as proof, Chen Zong's efficiency in comprehending the Tao of time and the Tao of space was astonishing. After the universe's will dissipated, regardless of whether it was the Tao of time or the Tao of space, he had comprehended them to the extent of condensing a Tao seal and reached the entry level. Starting from nothing and directly reaching the entry level of Tao seal was undoubtedly amazing. Not only could the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship be officially cultivated, but its power could also be exerted. Now Chen Zong was a little distressed. There was no other way. Originally, there were only 3 great paths to comprehend. Now there were 5. He could not give up after mastering the Tao of time and the Tao of space. That would be a pity. The Tao of time and the Tao of space was extensive and profound. It was still very amazing. He could only work harder. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 4th realm, the 33 heavens of mind could continue to be improved, and the power of the mind could be further strengthened. Now, Chen Zong could open the heart of 15 intents at the same time to comprehend them together. Chen Zong gradually comprehended the mysteries bit by bit. Although the progress was minimal, it was the process of dripping water penetrating a stone. It was a process of constant accumulation and finally a qualitative change. The low-level space-crossing divine boat maintained its full speed and had already left Wanyuan Island, flying out of the Wanyuan territory. Chen Zong was actually thinking about how to reach Mount Taihao within 100 years. In an instant, a fierce aura suddenly erupted, as if it had emerged abruptly from nothingness. It then swept out, majestic and surging like a raging tide. It was extremely shocking. This kind of fiendish aura was full of violent and negative fluctuations, as if it had gathered all the negative auras. It was extremely shocking, causing one's scalp to tingle uncontrollably and tremble all over, as if it came from the depths of one's soul. Fierce demon. Chen Zong frowned slightly. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a sword. The universe was vast. In fact, there were fixed round-trip routes between each universe and territory. These routes were opened up by experts with time and effort. Flying along these routes, it was not easy to get lost. After all, the universe was vast and was countless times more vast than the ocean. The surrounding scenery looked very similar, so it was easy to lose your sense of direction and become a headless fly. Secondly, the routes that were opened up were relatively safe. This safety referred to the possibility of encountering a cosmic disaster or the like. However, relatively safe did not mean absolute safety. Sometimes one would encounter bandits. Sometimes one might encounter cosmic demons if one was unlucky. For example, Chen Zong did not encounter bandits but instead encountered cosmic demons. It was just that he did not know if they were fierce demons or if there were dark demons hiding among them. There was a difference in the degree of threat if there were no dark demons hiding among the cosmic demons. The appearance of fierce demons in the universe was often very abrupt, as if they had directly rushed out from the depths of the universe. However, when they appeared, they would first be accompanied by extremely strong evil aura and violent aura fluctuations. Staring at the huge vortex that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Zong's eyes emitted an extremely sharp and cold light as ferocious figures with different appearances but full of astonishing murderous and violent aura appeared. He did not avoid them but faced them head-on, because the aura of those fierce demons was spreading. They were obviously targeting him. It just so happened that he had broken through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm and reached the phenomenal stage. Compared to before, his strength had increased immeasurably. However, until now, Chernzong had not fought properly and had not fought properly. The appearance of the fierce demons in the universe undoubtedly provided Chernzong with an opportunity to fight to his heart's content without any scruples. Standing at the forefront of the space-crossing divine vessel's deck, Chernzong stared at Chernzong and allowed the fierce aura to hit him. His eyes became brighter and sharper. Fierce demons rushed out of the vortex and flew over. Most of the fierce demons were at the third realm and posed a very limited threat to Chernzong. However, among them, Chernzong also discovered fierce demons that were equivalent to the fourth realm. The fierce aura they exuded was extremely shocking. When the fierce demons discovered Chernzong, they pounced on him without hesitation. Complicated and ear-piercing noises accompanied by rolling fierce and violent auras wreaked havoc like the roar of a hurricane. Kill! Chernzong also instantly drew his sword. His body did not move, but his sword pierced through the air. This sword was silent. The moment the sword was unsheathed, there was a faint glimmer of sword light that flashed and then disappeared. In the distance, hundreds of meters away, a fierce demon that was charging at the forefront was suddenly hit by the sword. It was directly penetrated without any awareness. Boundless swordsmanship. This sword was the mystery of the boundless swordsmanship. It was integrated with the mystery of the Tao of time. It was as if time was compressed into an instant. The sword was drawn in an instant and the sword was struck in an instant. It was almost synchronized. This was also the first time Chernzong used the boundless swordsmanship in a life-and-death battle after mastering it. It was indeed amazing. The moment the sword was drawn, it directly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters to kill the opponent. This was not because the sword was extremely fast, but because the process of drawing the sword and striking the sword was directly eliminated. The distance of hundreds of meters was also eliminated. For example, no matter how fast the sword was, it would still take a little time for the sword to cross a distance of hundreds of meters. However, the boundless swordsmanship directly compressed this little bit of time and even eliminated it. Swing the sword. Wisps of subtle sword light intertwined in front of Chernzong, and the fierce demons hundreds of meters away were killed one after another. Some fierce demons really approached Chernzong. When they got close to him, their terrible sharp claws seemed to tear the void. Boom! Chernzong suddenly slashed out with his sword. It was as if an ancient giant beast had suddenly awakened and let out an earth-shattering roar. Vaguely, it seemed to carry the astonishing power of a space to oppress. Domineering and unparalleled. Tide dragon swordsmanship. The fierce demon's claw was grasping at Chernzong with all its strength. The moment it was merciless, it was immediately hit by the sword. The fierce demon's tyrannical body could not resist at all. It was as fragile as a piece of tofu and was directly shattered. A rain of blood and fragments directly exploded and sputtered in all directions. Chernzong only felt that the black mark appeared again between his eyebrows, and an indescribable suction force was emitted. From the fragments of the universe's fierce demons that had been killed, an illusory and vague shadow that was about to collapse was extracted. Then, with an extremely shrill scream, they all flew toward Chernzong and disappeared into the black mark. Then, a trace of subtle pure power was emitted and integrated into Chernzong's essence, qi and spirit, refining it and improving it little by little. In his qi, the mysterious seed that had grown a bud because it had absorbed part of the divine power of the universe, and the aura of the Tao aura swayed gently. It was so small and fragile that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. Wisps of dark green aura were emitted from it. It looked so crystal clear, and was full of indescribable vitality. Immediately, the bud gently hooked like a small hand. In an instant, from the flesh and blood of the fierce demon that had been slashed by the Tide dragon swordsmanship, wisps of light red diffused out. They seemed slow, but in fact, they floated toward Chen Zong like lightning. They directly entered Chen Zong's body and went toward the seed. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.